So if there's anything crazy and we're like, how did we do that thing? You'll have this video to go back and reference for all of time. And I'm gonna get you a power cord. You should give you that.
Oh, there's one right here.
That one probably won't work.
Oh, all right. No. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, the welcome message. I'm just gonna exit out of this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to File, New, Android Application Project. Right? You notice there's a whole bunch of other stuff in here you can do, but this will start us a new project. You should get this little dialogue. Anybody not be able to get to this? What's up?
Not on the ADT screen or the blank screen.
Blank screen, not that big a deal, but getting to under ADT at the top, or actually it won't look like that for you actually because you're on Windows. It'll be under File, File New, I believe.
Needs to be plugged in. Yes, sir.
You can actually right click on here.
Very good. Thank you.
No problem.
I got juice.
Same way. It's the same way as going to the file.
Oh, okay.
Everybody on the screen with me? Okay, so let's give this guy a name. Let's just call it. I'm gonna call it Sandbox App. Project name. Common example simple app. That's fine. We'll just leave that there. So now you're starting to see some of the configurations you can do on this guy. So it says minimum required SDK, target SDK, and which one to compile with. So when you went and downloaded 4.4, the SDK platform, right? What you're doing is you're downloading which version of Android you want to link your project to. Basically, all the Android classes that are in there, those live inside that SDK, and this is where you pick which version you want to link your project to. So we want to leave this here. If the only one you downloaded was 4.4, that's probably the one you want to download. Let's just leave this other stuff the same. And for the theme, I'm actually going to change this to none, just because. And the last thing I want to note on the screen when you're creating a new project is this package name. What this is kind of like a unique identifier for your app. And in fact, the Android OS disallows multiple apps with the same package name to be installed. So like if you knew the package name that the Facebook app used, you can't install your app if they already have Facebook installed or whatever. So it's just kind of a unique identifier. It's not the convention is usually like the reverse of your website's domain. So like if for awesomeink.com or something, it would be com.awesomeink, right? Sometimes you want to do like a subdomain so that like you could have multiple apps for your same domain. So I'm just going to leave this the way it is. Hit next. We can leave this stuff the same. You notice it creates a project. It tells you where it's going to create the project. If you want to change that, you can. I'm just going to leave it to be the default. And actually, I'm going to hit back. I don't want to do this create custom launcher icon because I just don't want to deal with it. Then you hit next. We'll leave this the same. It says you want to create a blank activity. We'll talk about that in just a second. Here it actually gives you a name for that. Again, I'm just going to keep hitting next and finish until finally it beep boop beep boops and creates a new project. Anybody have trouble doing that?
I had a question. So if I'm trying to get the 4.1 virtual device to work, should I compile it in 4.1 instead of 4.4? My target's 4.4.
So really what matters is what parts of the SDK you use. A lot of the SDK is backwards compatible, meaning the stuff that's a lot of the stuff that was back in Android 2.1 still exists and still works in 4.4. But there is stuff in 4.4 that isn't in 2.1. And that's also kind of where you run into the whole minimum SDK versus the target SDK and all that jazz. So to answer your question, it shouldn't matter. All that matters is that you're not using APIs that aren't usable in whatever device you're running it on. Okay, so this defaulted to a nice blank screen here, and some of you guys may not have the Package Explorer open. If you don't, I'm actually going to exit out of this just in case you didn't. If you go up to Window and Show View, there's this Package Explorer, and this is kind of where we actually view our project and its contents. Okay, I'm going to delete some of these tabs here just because they get in the way. Some of these you probably want open, but is this all the screen real estate we get? Looks so. Okay, cool. So you notice this automatically opened up this file called fragment.main.xml. Let's actually, down at the bottom you see there's a graphical layout and an XML tab. So if you click the XML tab, you'll see just that. You'll see some XML. So can anybody not get to here? Everybody's good. Cool. All right, so what this did automatically for us by just creating a new project was that it created this layout file called fragment.main.xml. Okay, so if you look at it, it's got a few elements in here. It has this thing called a relative layout, and that relative layout encapsulates another layout called text view. Okay, and it has some attributes, this layout width and height. It has also an attribute called text, and it sets it to this weird thing called @string/hello world. Okay, now if you go back to the graphical layout tab, it actually gives you sort of a preview as to what this layout's going to look like. And it's kind of tiny on here. I think there's actually, you can zoom in. But you'll notice there is a text view and it says hello world. Okay, but you notice that this string, capital H space world exclamation point, is in no way on this, but it points to this @string thing. And that kind of segues into sort of your project structure and how you reference that stuff in your XML. So over in the Package Explorer, if you expand our Sandbox app or whatever you named your project, there's a whole bunch of folders, right? The first thing we want to look at is actually this res folder, short for resources. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff that auto-populated in here when we create a new project, right? All these drawable things, layout sounds important, menu, values, all that stuff. So what I wanted to get at here was that this @string guy is actually in another XML file somewhere. And you can find it if you go into your resources folder. If you go to values, there's this strings.xml. If I open this guy, all the XMLs, Eclipse has this like graphical representation of it, and then there's also a tab that actually shows the raw XML. I'm kind of a fan of just looking at the XML, but you can interact with it in the GUI just as well. But the thing we just learned is that there's a strings.xml, and there's a whole bunch of values in here. There's a bunch of name-value pairs. There's a string called appName, and it's set it to Sandbox app. There's a string called hello world. Sounds important. And it's the same string that we saw in our text view. So if you go back over to fragment main XML, you'll notice that this string, hello_world, is referenced when setting the text for this text view. So we could just as easily, create a new one, or maybe alter this one. This says hello world, but we could say bye cruel world. If I save that and then go back over to fragment main, this still is referencing the exact same string, but if I go to graphical layout now, it hasn't updated because it's smart. I bet if I do something like resave it, now it says bye cruel. Okay. So, two things. One, you can sort of shoot yourself in the foot here because you could think that you're setting it to a string that is, just based on its name. Oh, well, the string is called hello world. It probably says hello world. But the whole point here is actually to sort of enumerate your strings and be able to reuse them. You could just as easily in this text view, instead of saying @string/hello world, you could say hard code whatever string you want to put in there. So it'd be like, I could say this is a string. If I hit save, I go back to graphical layout, now it says this is a string. So the difference there is, and it's good practice. In fact, you see now that it actually gave you a warning that said this is probably not the best idea to hard code a string. There's lots of reasons for that, and I'm going to tell you about one, and that it's not something that you probably will really get into until you work on a lot bigger app. But inside this resources folder, you notice that some of these folders have these modifiers on the end. We have a values folder, but there's also this values-v11, values-v14 and stuff. And basically what it's saying is that at runtime, when your app is running on the phone, it'll load this version of the values folder instead of this one if, it's version 11 or greater, or if it's version 14 or greater, or whatever. There's all sorts of modifiers you can put on these folders. A lot of times it doesn't make sense, like say on layout, it doesn't make sense to have layouts for different versions of Android in most cases, because you just want one layout for all versions of Android, right? But the segue there was, it's a better idea to reference your externalized strings in your strings.xml because let's say you wanted to support Spanish, right? Now, instead of going through your whole app and saying, if Spanish, do this, if English, do that, if French, do this, you just have a different values folder that you actually can put a modifier in the end that's like -es for Espanol or -fr for French. And basically, you just have copies of all your strings, and instead of hello world, and it's saying hello world, it says whatever Spanish is for hello world. I don't know what world is in Spanish, but what's up?
Quick question: how'd you get the previous commands? Because I already
the what?
The previous commands, the @string resource. Because I don't know that command. So when you change it and then change it back, I'm stuck.
You change it and you change it back.
So you just change it to hello world from referencing the @string resource, and then you change it back. Okay, and I just don't have that properly yet.
Oh, okay.
And you're able to just go back and use the previous values for it, or did you do some keyboard command? That's what I was confused about.
Oh, okay. So by if you just leave this the way it was, right? It says @string/hello world. This is referencing the strings.xml, and when I changed it, let's say I changed it. Well, it's by cruel world right now. If I go to the graphical layout, it does say by cruel world. Are you just wondering how I got the graphical layout to update?
No, I'm just wondering how you got that prompt back because I thought you did a keyboard command to use previous commands like about undo command.
Oh, I just undoed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was this, and then I hit Command Z to undo until I got back to here. Yeah, that's all I did. Nothing fancy. Yeah, you also notice that. So let's actually kind of examine this layout a little bit further. So you notice it uses this thing called a relative layout. I think we all can kind of get the gist of what a text view is, right? Its sole purpose in life is just render some text, right? The relative layout, however, is sort of wrapping this text view, okay? And you'll find out that there are lots of different layouts or views that you can use inside these XML, and they all kind of do a certain job. They serve a certain purpose, right? This relative layout, for instance, let's figure out some of its functionality just by messing around with it. So I selected this text view. I'm just gonna copy it, and I'm gonna paste it again down here. And just for debugging purposes, I'm gonna hard code the string. So this first text view, I'm gonna say, I am string 1. And the second one, I'm going to say, this is string 2. Okay, and I'm going to hit save. I'm going to go back to the graphical layout tab now. And you've already learned something about how relative layouts work. I want to minimize this guy. Yeah. I'll zoom in a little bit. So, can you sort of see what's going on here? It's actually just putting both of those text views right on top of each other. And that is because that's how relative layouts work. Inside relative layouts, the child views, you can add attributes to sort of give them direction as to where to be on the screen, right? So for instance, for this second text view, if I'm going to go to next line, all I have to do is say Android : You notice that all these attributes start with that Android : If I hit colon, it's actually going to bring up this like amazing drop-down menu that gives me all the possibilities that I could use. And I'm actually you can just arrow through these and hit enter on which one you want. So I'm actually going to arrow down to align parent bottom. And I'm going to hit, actually, let's make it align parent right. And this attribute is actually a Boolean. It's just either true or false. So I'm going to set it to true. Hit save. Now if I go back to the graphical layout, you'll notice that the second text view is now aligned all the way to the right of the screen. So the other kind of cool things you can do with relative layouts is actually make views relative to other views. Instead of just to its parent, other views that are in the relative layout, you can make them relative to other views. But in order to do that, we have to have some way of referencing views, right? And the way you do that is you give views an ID. So for this first text view, I'm going to say Android : ID equals. And it actually gives me sort of the first option there is exactly what I want to do. It's this weird @+ID/. Okay, I'm just going to hit enter, and it auto-completes that for me. And what this does is now you can give this text view an ID. So I'm just going to call this text _1. Okay. So now down on my second text view, instead of saying layout align parent right, I'm going to say layout _below equals. Now in this case, I actually don't want @+ID. What the plus means, guys, is it means that I want to add this ID to the list of possible IDs. When you just say @ID, you're just referencing an existing ID. But if it didn't exist, then you're going to have a bad time because nobody had the @ plus first. Okay, so I'm going to actually go down to this @ID, and I'm going to reference our text1 that we gave an ID. So I'm going to say text1, hit save. It's actually complaining because I accidentally got rid of this end tag. Okay, this is sort of like a quick XML lesson right here. So relative layout, if you want to wrap child views, right, you say open bracket, name of view, you can put some parameters, and then you just have this regular caret or arrow. And then to end that body of XML, you have this. You have to tell which one you're ending, right? So you do this open bracket / relative layout open bracket. If you just want to have like a view that has no children, the text view is a good example. I have the open bracket text view just like the relative layout, but this 2 characters is the exact same as saying bracket open / text view, right? It's the exact same thing. It's just you're not going to put anything inside here because the text view takes care of that, right? So that you can replace all of that with just / bracket / arrow. Okay. So now the second text view says I should be below text 1. If I go to graphical layout, what do you know? It's now below it rather than right on top of each other and unreadable. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of this. Did he ever get an emulator going? Whoa! I don't know how I did that. I don't know. He doesn't have the forward gesture. There we go. There we go. I just want to make sure he has an emulator going. Yeah, he's got an emulator going. Cool. Only there's no home button. Well, that's fun. That's just great. Can't actually get to the home button on your emulator.
Because of the screen size?
Yeah, and this guy doesn't work.
Will it let you scale the emulator size?
I don't think so. You'd have to like restart it. Yeah.
It launches relatively quickly.
Yeah, we can try it. Device. Let's do something a little tinier, like the Nexus one.
I think on launch though, does it offer you that option? Scale
Yes.
display.
Yeah, it does. Well, I already made it really tiny, so I think this is going to be a little closer to what we want. Hex. Perfect. That worked out. All right, I just want to get that thing going while we're talking about this stuff. Cool. So any questions so far? Okay, cool. So we've sort of learned how this relative layout thing works. Let's also use this as an opportunity to sort of understand some of these other parameters. So you notice every layout in this XML has the attributes layout width and layout height. Okay, and our text views say those should be wrap content, but our relative layout actually says that the layout width and layout height are match parent. Okay, so let's do an experiment. How about on this text 1, the height, let's set it to match parent. I'm going to go over the graphical layout, and you notice when I select it, it's actually pretty big. I'm going to zoom out here. It fills the whole height of the screen. But where the hell did our string 2 go? Well, it's doing exactly what we told it to do. We said you should render yourself below the text 1. Well, text 1 takes up the whole height of the screen, so text 2 is off the screen, right? So what if we wanted string 1 to fill the height, but we still wanted string 2 to be at the bottom, right? Or still be below. So really, it's just kind of reversing our logic here. There was a time there that we had layout align parent bottom, right? Set that to true. And let's actually see what this did just by doing that. No longer are we saying text 2 should be below text 1. We're just saying align parent bottom. So now it looks exactly how we want it to be, but if you select this first string, you'll notice that the bounding box for it actually overlaps the bottom. And actually, let's demonstrate that by giving text 1 a background color. So let's say Android : background, and now we can give this thing a color, and you denote colors by like hex value, or you can anyway. So to do that, you just say pound, and then you can give it a hex value. So let's just give this one 0F0, which is green, right? Okay, so if I hit save and go back to graphical layout, you'll notice now this guy's green, and sure enough, it does go underneath our text2. So if I give, oh, that thing booted up nicely. If we go back to the XML, and let's give our other text view a background color as well. Background equals, let's give this one red, so F00. And then we go back to graphical layout. We notice this actually looks sort of like what we want it to do. It's still not quite what we want. Just for kicks here, go back to the XML and let's actually change the order of these views. I'm just gonna select the second text view, and I'm gonna cut it, and I'm gonna put it before the other text view. All I did was just rearrange the order in the XML, and I'm gonna hit save. So let's see what that did. So now you notice that string 1 or text 1 is now being rendered on top of our second text. Okay? And this is relative layout doing what it says it's going to do. Okay? Relative layout, it says, by default, I'm going to draw every one of my child views in the top left-hand corner, and I'm going to draw them on top of each other in the order in which they are in my XML. So the very first view to be in the XML will get drawn first, the next one will get drawn on top, so on and so forth. So the very last view inside a relative layout gets drawn on top and all the way back up. Okay? So this kind of demonstrates exactly how relative layouts work. So let's say now text 2 is aligned to the bottom, but we want text 1 to fill the width of the height of the screen, but still be on top of text 2. So to do that, we actually have a problem, and that is we need inside text 1 we need to reference text 2, but we haven't given text 2 an ID yet. Okay, so to do that, much the same way we did with text 1, we put that on text 2.
So that's creating a new ID for it?
Correct. Okay, and now all we need to do is in text 1, what we're going to say is Android layout underscore above, and we're going to reference text 2 at ID text 2. So quick recap there, we saw that in this case we're referencing text 2 without the plus. When we declare the ID, we use the plus. Okay, this thing is complaining about something. Oh, I deleted my thing again. I deleted the close bracket. So now I go back to graphical layout, and what do you know? Even though the red text view is being drawn underneath the green one, it is text 1 no longer tries to cover it up, right? It says fill the height of the screen, but make sure that you're above text 2, right? So, and because text 2 says I should be at the bottom, I should always be at the bottom, then text 1 abides by that as well. Any questions on all that? Okay. And now it doesn't matter what order these are in, because there's none of the views overlap, right? Yeah, there are some times inside relative layouts that you want your views to overlap in whatever way, and that's why relative layouts exist. But let's say let's try out a different view though. So instead of using a relative layout, I'm going to use a linear layout. Whoops, I already spelled linear. But remember, we also need to copy. If I save this, it's going to complain because my closing tag down here is still the relative layout. So I need to change that to linear as well. Okay. So let's see what's going on in here. Well, that's interesting. So already something changed in how linear layouts work versus relative layouts work. So what linear layouts do is they have an orientation, and that orientation is either horizontal or vertical. And what that means is that as you add views to the XML, they either keep going to the right or they keep going towards the bottom. Okay, so by default, linear layouts orientation is horizontal. So you can see here that the first text view that got put in there was actually text 2 in our case. And the second one was text 1, and it just keeps going to the right. But the height for text 1 still did what it said it was going to do, which was match the parent's height. So we can also change the sort of inner workings of the linear layout by just adding an attribute to it. We could just say Android orientation, and this either gets oh, you can't do that. That's unfortunate. Either gets horizontal or vertical. So like I said, it defaults to horizontal, but I'm going to say vertical. And now when I go into graphical layout, you notice text 1 gets put below rather than to the right. So you can accomplish all the same stuff that linear layout does with a relative layout, but it's a little more complicated, but a lot more customizable. You can put stuff in wherever you want on the screen, whereas linear layouts kind of it just makes it easier. It's quicker. In fact, you notice all this stuff before, our layout above, align parent bottom, is completely ignored now. In fact, I think if you mouse over it, it says invalid layout parameter inside a linear layout. It's because all these layout underscore guys are really only applicable when inside a relative layout, right? So I can just nix these and not even use them. This won't change the way the layout looks at all. It looks exactly the same. So yeah, I'm gonna actually, well, this is a good test because I actually don't remember what this does. If I put another text down here, this is I am string 3, and this guy, yeah, I need to change his ID. Let's see what that guy does. Where the hell is it? Same problem that we have with relative layouts happens in linear layouts. If you have a text view that says, or you have a view that says, I fill my parent, and then have another view after it, it's not going to get rendered because it's off the screen. So if I changed the height of text 1 back to wrap content rather than match parent, then we're going to start seeing text 3. It's right here. It looks like I had it set to match parent as well. So now all 3 of my text views have wrap content. And we can even change the background color of this too. Let's make this one blue. 00F. So now we have 3 text views, and they get drawn right in a row. And remember, if we wanted our linear layout to go back to being horizontal, we could just say it, horizontal. Now you see that they grow to the right instead of growing down. Cool? That makes sense? Okay, cool. So, if you want to, just to prove to yourself that it runs, if you have a phone or if you have an emulator going, up in the top here, if you select your project in the Project Package Explorer and then hit the big green button, it says, how do you want to run this thing? And you want to say Android application. So I'm going to hit OK. And down here in the bottom right, you see it's doing some work. So just let it. If I go to my emulator, there's a lot of different things. Okay. Okay, so this is asking auto monitor logcat. I'm gonna save you some hassle and say click no here because I just think it's kind of annoying. But so I've hit OK. So what's going on right now? The problem is it automatically ran it on our emulator. So if I switch over to the emulator, you'll see this is actually our app running inside the emulator. If I hit the home button, I go back home. If I hold down the home button, I can go back to it. It's still there. So this is our app running on a device. Can anybody not get that work? So, do you get some kind of error? Or?
No, I'm just kind of lost.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
can you show me?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I lost you like text through. So.
Oh, well, so, I mean, it's not too important that it's exactly the way you have mine.
How to get this to
Yeah, if you just select save
Yeah.
object, and then hit
The run
That's the default.
Android application.
You need an intro.
So just hit Android application and nothing seems to happen. It's not up here yet.
I mean, it'll automatically put it on. It actually started up. Chris, do you have one?
I just didn't know where you were.
Oh.
I got everything down.
Yeah, no, like I did kind of skip ahead there. The text 3 thing is really not that important. I was just showing you that I could add another one. But right now, yeah, you can just
to run ads.
Because I'm clicking that, I don't see anything changing. So then I go with it. It doesn't seem to run it yet.
maybe you guys didn't. Maybe you have to select. If you select your app over here first, you select it wrong. There you go.
And then you run
Then
ads.
hit the big green button.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see if that works.
There you go. Just
That's
save your
okay.
stuff. Yeah.
Will it show up on my phone or?
It says launching sandbox.
Yeah, just give it some time and it'll automatically put it on the emulator.
Awesome.
Anybody else? Did that? Yeah. Sweet. Cool.
It works on both yet?
I just have to
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
select it.
Yeah, I mean, so as far as what's in your layout right now, I wouldn't worry too much. It looks like you don't have any errors if you want to save. I just want to make sure everybody could actually get their app running on your device or your emulator. So.
And I just press this thing.
Yeah, after you select the sorry, I forgot.
What do I say?
Yeah, just select the. I think actually that's fine. As long as you select something in your app, and then you can
So yours work?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to wait. I don't think it's selected my
It should just pop up on my phone.
phone yet.
No, you got an error.
So is that in your?
This is good because I really wanted it to be self-contained on my computer.
Yeah, we did.
Just have fun, especially since I don't have an Android phone.
Yeah. That's convenient.
See, I'm sure it'll be slower to some degree.
Oh. Up here you lost your. Yeah, that was the same thing I did actually.
Could be one earlier.
Say that.
No, we did it because it was working.
No.
Yeah, it's got both of them in here. Or should I just wait till the old one?
It doesn't have
You
any
usually
second
just
clicks.
yes,
Yes, it is.
so you want to leave that as app compatibility stuff.
There we go. So now you can select that.
How do I get this to show up on my phone?
Yeah, and
This
then
is what
you
came
can.
up when I
If you check this,
Has it ever showed up on your phone?
No,
Or have you gotten anything to show up?
No.
Okay.
And if you,
So you have a Samsung phone?
Usually,
Did you do the Samsung driver install there?
no, I didn't.
Okay.
So I have to do that.
So let's search for Samsung.
Oh, it crashed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't notice them other app. Okay.
And then,
Cool. So you're
yeah,
good
that's,
to go.
is that S3?
Anybody else have
It's
trouble
S3 driver.
getting it to run on their emulator or their device? So,
Everything.
It's like that.
what's up?
I had to delete the old one after I made the app and make a new one.
Oh,
It's
that's
back, and it's got both of them in here.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the old one.
Okay, just
It might make you like
So I just go to DD.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a little bit cool. It's just on my computer stuff. So I can develop it on.
get real specific there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm not. I mean, I don't know XML very well. So I know a little bit of it, and then just like the tags are like HTML, so I always close them.
Clearly.
All the way at the bottom.
The
tag.
You just like
Yeah, I keep misspelling
I don't think
Android,
about
and it keeps giving me problems like ANDORID, and it's like, what are you doing? This is so
I don't know,
if
pretty
we
close.
do that, it does.
I feel like after that, it's not going to be different.
It's going to be
It's just a color advanced plugin that I have, like autofills whenever you type up 2 letters. So if I just like type.
So once you install this, then
Android colon.
you might have to restart the whole device manager.
But it'll be fine.
I don't think it'd be. Well, let's see.
.exe.
Yeah, autofill some
Download the
things.
file
Like if
already.
Android, see, then it'll give
Yeah.
me like all these, but I gotta still type the Android
So it'll-
first, and then
It'll
this.
still run the
So like I
.exe
don't know,
file.
You still need to run
more
this,
than
yeah.
2
Okay.
of these
Okay.
commands I should do, but a lot of them make sense.
I'll stay with you on that for the ambient version.
What it's doing right
Font
now.
family, cursor stuff.
Is your phone working?
Yeah, watch that.
Do you do much other programs?
Good.
Sorry, I mean, I'm in computer science at EKU.
Okay.
So everything we've done thus far is in Java.
Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, EXE won't work
Yeah.
for your computer.
That's why I was on this program.
But it's not a good point.
So maybe I won't be able to do this then.
Yeah.
If we've done
Yeah.
design, like HTML.
Yeah, you should be able to look for to go back and let's do like max download.
Do you have any idea where?
So let's like actually just do this like Mac download. Yeah.
But, you know, we don't have to get like a
It's fun. You
unofficial.
just have to work right. I can grab another bag of chips. You want anything?
Saying I get the cool answer.
Alright.
Let me see. You can do this.
Those, yeah. So this is it's possible, but it's not. Actually, this could might just work with Mac. So let's go back and take a look at what it's saying actually.
At the exe file? Or
Back in Android.
oh yeah.
But I mean,
I'm working on second degree in computer science.
Alright. So let's
What's
just
by that? You just
try-
put your biomedical stuff inside that programming?
API level 8 stays offline. Oh, did you set up your developer settings on here?
Yep. Chris did it for me.
Okay, cool.
Had some dev options.
USB debugging. Try just because it's the easiest thing to do. Let's try and unplug it.
Okay. Plug and unplug it.
Yeah.
Like the tier. Yeah. There's a thing called Android. Like, why am I gonna continue doing this? It's what I really want to do. Is something like design like computer development stuff like that. So it's not quite as popular.
And now you're on one.
So let's hit okay. Be in school for just a couple more years. So nicer to get into computer science. Programming and actually do what I want to do rather than quite a bit nicer than studying it out.
There we go. And we have some buttons to
Pursue just to prove a point.
Yes.
Cool.
That shows you what's going on. There.
I was
There you go. Let's see this.
My second year in college, I go to UK. Right, so that was, I woke up at 8:20 this morning, walked here. So,
Nice.
so there's like,
stuff in the
The downside of that was I woke up late too. I tried to sleep in like 10:30. Pick up basketball like I did all the time on Saturday morning.
Is it open enough?
So yeah, I'm actually a finance major. Minor in economics. But it has now entrepreneurship. But then a couple like startup weekends here. It also makes it pretty interesting space. I like it.
So other than what's your name? Casey. Other than Casey, does anybody else have problems getting it up and running on an emulator or your device?
My emulator is
Crashing because of the app? Or like
emulator crashes without.
Oh, like it never actually gets up and running. Okay. You want to check that out? What's up?
Did you already try changing the RAM?
This is offline, bro.
Okay. And so crashes with that.
Have you tried restarting ADT?
Yes. Did you do that?
Oh,
thing?
Is your device offline? Is that what's showing up?
There's this thing
Yeah,
called.
I just plug it and plug it.
That's what I do.
Oh.
So let's try and. If we can
Sometimes when you plug it in, it'll complain. Your phone will ask you if you want to open up this. So if you don't have your screen on when that happens, sometimes that.
Did you change anything
Never
since
see
the
that.
last time you tried to?
So try unplugging it.
Go ahead and close out of it now. Just for not.
So how'd you get all this stuff set up?
Is there a way? Did you say like
file?
yeah,
Yeah.
right on there. Yeah.
If they don't allow
It was
it,
actually just a few weeks ago.
awesome.
Actually, no. I think
And now granted,
there isn't a
I've had significantly less
It's just
trouble
always allow
than
or cancel.
you guys have all had. But I'm
Cool.
also using a different program for the rest of the world.
Okay, so that was I think that was like the last bit of frustratingness of your development environment is trying to get something you can actually debug programs on, right? So, cool. Did my laptop ever work?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, it is? Okay, I wouldn't mind actually switching over to that. Just because. Oh wait, this thing's recording.
You can just restart on there. I can put it together later.
I don't want to be that guy.
It's not that hard.
It's just gonna be a pain in the butt. So I'll just put this underneath that one. Why not? Okay. Cool.
You guys say anything on 8?
Okay, so we can successfully get our whatever version of this file you have running. That's fine. Because we're probably just going to rip it to shreds and start from scratch anyway. Okay? So actually let's, just so everybody's on the same page, let's everybody get this file in the same state. I'm going to have one text view inside a linear layout, and I'm going to give it an ID of text1. Text underscore 1. And if you want to, we can put this thing back to what it was at the very beginning. We can even say @string / hello underscore world. This is pretty much what we started with, only I think it started out with a relative layout instead of a linear layout, and maybe some other stuff changed, but that's about it. I'll get rid of the background color too. So I'll wait for you guys to catch up to that. And sanity check and the graphical layout is just one text view that has whatever you have in strings.xml. I actually changed mine. I'll put that back. So over in the strings XML, put that back to hello world. Cool. I'm actually going to rerun that. Just a frustrating thing about Eclipse, so you guys know. If you're on an XML file and you hit the center of the big green play button, I don't think it does anything. Or it used to actually try to compile the XML file and do some weird crap. If you hit the arrow just to the right of the run button, you'll notice it has the last time you ran the sandbox app. So that's the one you want to do. So it's launching. I'm going to go over to the emulator just to show you guys that I'm not crazy. So our new layout here is up and running in the emulator. Okay, cool. So the whole point of this is so that we can actually sort of figure out what's going on in Java land. Okay, so with Android development, you kind of have two languages that you work with, right? The layout stuff is all in XML, and then sort of the runtime programmatic stuff is in Java. And when we created this app, it actually created a Java file that this XML that we created, it's loading that XML at runtime. And that is this main activity.java. So I kind of want to go over to that and sort of talk about this a bit. So if you're interested in where this file lives in your project, over in the Package Explorer under Source, yeah. This is actually also the name of our package that we created, right? This could be, in my case, it was com.example.sandbox.app. Okay, that's my package name. And inside there is where my main activity.java lives. So, everybody with me here? Because I don't want to lose anybody at this point. Okay?
We're still updating it.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure everybody understands these concepts that I'm about to talk about. Okay, so this main activity is a Java class, right? And has anyone not used Java before? Okay. Has anyone ever used C++ before? Oh, I guess of those people, right? Okay, so if I say the term object-oriented programming, are you like, no? Okay, all right, cool. So Java is an object-oriented programming language, and basically what it does is it gives you this concept of objects, right? In like normal scripting languages, you get like variables, right? Like an integer or a decimal or a string, right? Like a word or something, right? Well, in object-oriented programming, you also get this concept of objects, and they can have like attributes and functions to call and all sorts of cool things, right? Well, in Java, actually in Android, we use Java. And in this particular case, this is a class. The word class and object are kind of interchangeable, right? A class is just sort of like a definition for an object. This main activity is a class, and it actually extends another class called action bar activity. Man, why do they have to make teaching the basics like so? Yeah, we don't actually need that, but whatever. Basically, there's a subclass, or we're creating a subclass of action bar activity. It's sort of like the base class, right? And it has a method called onCreate that we're overriding. We're saying, do this instead for this method, right? And there's a few things in here that you pretty much always do. This super.onCreate is important. The only two important things that this file does at all, actually, is called super.onCreate and then this set content view. Now, what is this doing? Set content view r.layout.activity_main. What that's doing, guys, is it's actually setting the content view to this. This is an XML file. And in fact, if you look in our layout folder, there is a file called activity main. So if we open that, and we go to the XML file part of things, right? It has this thing called a frame layout, and it actually, whoa, that messed with my head. I was not ready for that.
Be a little more.
Yeah, so turns out they changed the default application layout since last I looked at this. This is everybody's learning stuff here, okay? So this is just a regular old frame layout. If we go back to our main activity, again, this XML file, this activity_main, main activity.java is the activity. It's loading this XML file to be the content view, right? So we go back over to main activity. You'll notice actually what this is doing is it's doing some nonsense to add placeholder fragment. This is a nightmare for someone who's starting out to trace. Okay, all right, that's fine. So, so what this is doing is it's creating a class within a class. Okay, this placeholder fragment guy extends another class called fragment, and in its onCreateView method, it's grabbing our fragment main XML, the thing that we've been tweaking this whole time. Okay, so before we get into too many of the specifics there, let's talk about this R class before we go on. So what the Android SDK does for you is it sort of takes all your XML, everything inside this resources folder, and it serializes it and stuffs it into Java classes so that you don't have to worry about talking back and forth between Java and XML. Okay, and it stuffs it in this class called R. And in fact, it may not actually have to. Yeah, it's not having to import it because it just knows that. But you notice you can say r.layout.name of file in layout folder. Okay, and if you go to the resources folder and layout, that's where you find our fragment _main, right? In Java land, you don't have to say .xml. You just say the name of the file. Okay, so we could actually rename this file, or we could add more files to this, and they would show up in r.layout. Okay, the class R has a whole bunch of stuff in there. If you just hit r dot, you'll see that it has a whole bunch of stuff in here, right? One of those is drawable, which kind of makes sense because you notice there's a bunch of drawable folders in here. There's also r.string, which is our strings.xml file, right? So you can basically access all the stuff that's in your resources folder from this magical R class, okay? So I'm going to undo that. I didn't tweak this file at all, okay? So yeah, this is doing a lot more than I was expecting it to do since the last time I created a brand new project, okay? So it's a little more to follow. The important bits are, it sets the content view to this activity main guy, and in here is just an empty frame layout, okay? Don't really worry too much about what a frame layout does. And inside our onCreate, we actually grab this thing called a fragment manager and begin a transaction and add all this nonsense. The important thing is that it creates a new placeholder fragment, okay? And that is our class that we've created down here that uses our fragment main XML. So how much of that just went straight over your head? Everybody following me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So basically, that's sort of the flow of how our little layout file in XML land makes it to the screen, okay? So you might be wondering, how does it know that main activity is the thing if I created another activity, like how would I get it to go? Or like how does the app know which activity to start with, right? And that's this Android manifest.xml file, which is in the root of your project, okay? So everybody open up that guy. Now, once again, it starts out with this graphical layout guy. Let's go all the way to the far right down here. There's a tab that just says .xml. So this is our manifest file for our app. And it specifies stuff like, this is our package name, here's the version of the app, here's where you specify which versions of the SDK you support, right? And then down here inside the application guy, you specify which activities your app will ever start. And specifically in this case of the main activity, which that's where we load our main activity, specifically for this one, we actually say, we add this bit about an intent filter that says, this is the one that should start up when the app starts, okay? We could just as easily, in fact, let's do this as an exercise because I think this is will help you understand activities a little bit better. So on our package over here in the source folder, I'm just going to right click, go to new, and we're going to say new class. And we got to give it a name. So let's call it first activity. Okay, and I just hit enter. And now I have this empty file that creates a class called first activity, and it resides in our package up here. Okay. So what we want to do is we're going to actually extend another class, because right now, I mean, we just called it activity, but in JavaLand, this is just a generic object. It doesn't know what an activity is, right? And that's why we use extends, which means I'm a subclass of this other thing that I know about, and I'm going to call it, we're going to use the base activity class. So right now it's complaining. There's a big red line. If I mouse over the red line, it's going to say, what the heck is an activity? Okay? And that's because any class that you reference in Java, you have to import that class. And in fact, it gives you an option to fix it. The very first link says import activity. If I click that, what do you know? Red line goes away, and up here at the top, it added a line that said import android.app.activity. Okay. I'm going to actually undo that real quick and teach you your shortcut key. In Eclipse, if you do on Macs, it's Command or Apple Shift O. On Windows, it's Control Shift O. And what that does is it goes through the whole file, and every import that it can try to figure out itself, it'll go import it for you. It actually removes unused imports as well. So like I could import some class that we don't even need, and it would have like a yellow line that says you're importing this thing that you're not even using. Command Shift O actually removes that for you as well. So cool. So now first activity is a class that is an instance of activity, right? So what we need to do is I'm actually going to go copy this from our other activity. If you open up main activity again, this onCreate method, I'm just going to copy, I'm actually going to copy those 4 lines. I'm just going to copy them and then take them over to my first activity. And just paste them in here. Now, there's an error right now because I have to actually add a curly brace to finish the onCreate method. So if I hit enter and then one of those curly braces, it closes this whole function. Cool. So right now, this is setting the content view to activity main, which is a file that we didn't even create. It got automatically created. So let's try creating our own layout, like from scratch. So on our layout folder down in resources, I'm gonna right click, go to new, and let's see, we're gonna do Android XML file. So again, I right click the layout folder in my resources, went to new, Android XML file, and you're gonna give it a name. Let's call it first activity. First underscore activity. I think it adds the .xml on its own, so if you just hit enter, yeah, it adds the .xml. And this gives us an empty layout file. In fact, it looks like it defaults to being a linear layout. With me? Just so you know, so the goal here, right, is we want to use this XML file in JavaLand, right? So if I go back to firstActivity.java, right now it's setting the content view to that file that we didn't create. Now that I've created that firstActivity.xml, if you backspace over this guy, r.layout, if you hit dot, it'll try to automatically complete for you. If you start typing first, you notice that it auto-completes that. It knows about that because you added it to the layout folder. So now, what this does is it creates an activity, and when it comes time to create the activity, it'll set the content view to our XML file. So I feel like that's a little easier to understand than all that mess that the other activity was doing. Okay. So let's add something to our first activity XML. Let's do some. Let's add an image view. So I do open, like left arrow, say image view. It's just camel case. And I think if you hit enter, it'll actually, do that for you. And then we need to give it a width and a height, right? So you say Android layout underscore width. And let's say wrap content. Same thing for the height. Android layout height equals, completes wrap content. And somehow I lost my arrow because this editor blows. I'm going to hit save. So all this did is just create an empty image view that has no image in it, but it's a view and we can put an image in it if we want to.
So how did you make that first activity?
I right-clicked. So in my resources folder, in the layout folder, I right-clicked layout and went to new Android XML file. And then you just give it a name. I gave it first activity. And that'll create this empty file that we're creating. And for you guys that already have this, you notice the graphical layout is still just an empty white box right now. But I think if you have the outline here, you'll see that there's just like this transparent box that doesn't do anything right now. Okay. So while you're catching up, so image views have an attribute called Android source or SRC, and this expects you can either give it a color apparently or a reference, and really all that is the same way in the text view we said @string. Well, we can say @drawable, and I believe if you look in our drawable folders over here, they all have this one PNG inside them called IC_launcher, and that's actually the icon on your device. That's the icon that you'll see when you go to tap on it. This is the PNG. I think if you double click this, it's just the little Android guy. Yeah. So this is the PNG that it uses for the icon. So I'm actually going to set the source of this image view to that PNG. And to do that, we use the same way we did the @string. You say equals @drawable / and the name of it is IC_launcher. This is just the image you got for free by creating a project. So
since it's in all those different res drawable folders, but they're all referring to the same PNG, right? So it's just referring to the same PNG as well. It doesn't matter like which folder.
Right. So what this is doing is actually all these different drawable folders. You notice they have this modifier in the end that's -HDPI, LDPI, MDPI, and XHDPI. So those stand for different density pixel. I forget what I stands for. What is this?
Interface maybe.
Density pixel something or other. But basically, with the way LCDs work is that different screens can have different densities of pixels. So
like
like-
dots per inch or something like that.
this guy, yes. Yes, dots per inch. So basically, a pixel, a density pixel could be made up of like a different number of actual LCD dots, right? So different screens have different densities, and because of that, the same image would actually take up different amounts of screen real estate, right? And this is the way the Android SDK allows you to sort of automatically figure out at runtime, oh, this is a medium density screen. I'll load this image resource. Oh, it's a extra high density screen. I'll load this really big resource. Does that make sense? So trying not to complicate things and get into too much of that, but what this is doing is instead of saying we don't say @drawable-hdpi, we don't say that. We let the OS figure that out for us, basically. Okay. So now, if I save this and I go to the graphical layout, you'll notice there's our little Android guy, right? So this is our image view. So let's try to test this guy out. So we have our XML, first underscore activity.xml, and we created a class called firstActivity.java, and all it does is sets the content view to our XML file, right? So on the device, this is an activity. The whole screen is an activity, and the activity's job is to fill that space with views, right? And in this particular case, we're using an XML file to do that. Okay. One last thing though, if I ran this, nothing would change, and that is because in our manifest file, it has no concept of first activity. It only knows about main activity, right? This is sort of a security feature that basically your app says, here's the handful of activities that I'm allowed to spin up. You can't just create some random activity that it doesn't know about, basically, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to add our first activity to this. So if I said activity, and I'm just going to follow the same way this other guy's doing it, Android name equals. Hey, it auto-completes. That's nifty. So I just said name equals, and the first thing that came up was first activity. So I've hit enter. That's the full qualified name for our activity, right? It's in our package com.example.sandbox app, and then the class name is the last thing that goes in the dot first activity. Looks like you can also specify a label, which this would show up in the title bar. So I'm just going to do what the other activity does as well, and set it equal to @string/app name. Okay, and it's complaining about something. Oh, I lost my. I hate that negative space out there. I lost my little arrow there. Okay, still nothing would change in the app. Why? Because this intent filter here, this is what tells the app, this is the activity you should start when the app starts. Okay, so we're actually going to cut this and move it to our first activity so that it's the activity that starts when the app starts. So I'm just going to cut and then paste on the first activity. I'm going to wait for you guys to catch up there. I'm actually going to use the restroom quick.
Just copy and paste the intent filter, right? Yeah. It was within the activity, yeah. So I don't know what an intent filter is, but it seems like it tells it to launch.
Okay, so we did it's inside of your name. It makes it the name. It's the first activity that's going to go. So what you do is you took that full intent filter.
What do you copy over?
You cut it from there. So this,
Yeah, so
this whole thing,
you so you like cut it.
copy, over activity.
Yeah, so right in that
Oh, so
here,
yes.
your first activity. Yep. That's what he has. Like,
Thanks.
little asterisk shows when it's not saved. So,
It doesn't seem to want to recognize the first activity. This right here. But this part, it doesn't.
So okay, so try saving the first activity.
Okay, so you have I see your first activity.
No, that's actually a good point that Nick brought up. So in Java land, sometimes you'll run into cases where you just changed something in the XML land, but you didn't save it, or there was an error in it. If there was an error, there wasn't a chance for the SDK to generate the r.layout.firstActivity yet, right? So like that whole process just couldn't happen. So when you in Java land, it doesn't know about it yet. So and we'll actually run into that here in a bit when we start having to deal with IDs and stuff. But it'll definitely be more apparent then. Anybody else run into roadblocks here? What's up?
There's like red lines.
That's usually, yeah. I bet JPK can help you out.
so
All right.
You try and run this.
Sure. Yeah. So that's actually the next thing I was gonna do. What's up? Victory? I dig it. So I'm gonna hit the big green button and go to the emulator. And what do you know? There's a little green guy. Yeah. So we did all of that with very few lines of code, right? Let's just go back over there really quick. We created an activity. It extends activity, right? We had to override the onCreate method, and we called super.onCreate. These two lines are pretty much in every activity ever, right? You just have to do those things, right? But then after that, that's kind of where your implementation comes in. And for right now, all we're doing is saying set the content view to our XML file that's called first activity. Okay? Cool. Cool.
I've got a red line somewhere. It just appeared.
What do you got? At drawable, not just drawable. Oh. There we go.
And then
I also have that confused. I don't know. I think it's more or less frustrating when you get stuck up by somewhere that's fixed with one character.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I know I'm missing a few things.
The issue I was fighting with.
Let's see here.
This
So
.android.com
one, I see that
/ APK. I had .apk.
So
What is wrong?
looks like there's no errors. So just try saving those structures.
So why are we changing that?
Controls.
Why are we changing that, or how did it get changed?
Right. So there is an error in here. That's why I did not.
Mine, because I have a different program.
You're
If I
missing
create
the
this
/
new XML file, it doesn't automatically have that, so I was typing it all in, looking at what he had.
So if you go over one,
Which I just
Yeah.
This
you can save that.
Yeah, there's.
And then go back to first activity.
So I'm sure they kind of like monkey see, monkey do, just try and keep it as standardized as possible. Because then you have trouble people. Sometimes it's just those one character things that you can spend 15 minutes looking for, and then you're like,
Right, and so in here, let's see.
I think so. Under skin.
Actually, that looks right. You just need to save. Check.
My emulator's pretty slow, but it does eventually lost.
Okay, so I see a lot of people. You're inside your activity. You see a red line, and it's because it can't find first activity in the XML. A lot of times it's because you haven't saved first activity.xml. Okay. The only way r.layout.firstActivity exists is if you save that file and it exists in there, right? Now also notice that the name of your file doesn't have an underscore, and in here you're using an underscore, so you just want to change that to 2 instead of 30.
There we go.
Can you do that fine?
Try hitting 2.
Part of me wonders about like being paid for this, you know, because like everyone has these problems. You know, even people who exactly what they're doing.
No,
like,
you're not
an hour, like waiting for your activity.
So I don't know if you remember
So I can just like imagine myself at work.
the shortcut key that was
got
control
paid
shift.
$5 to install my updates on Windows this hour.
Yeah, see what they did was it added.
Cyber-
You could also
Key.
do that. Like activity was the one that had the red line. You mouse over it and say, I don't know what that is, and the fix is before activity. That was just a shortcut key.
Oh, and that fixes.
Looks like you're missing a
Really
curly
about
bracket.
this.
So there should be a curly bracket for on create state.
Yeah, I'm not sure you guys know.
So we hit
Nine,
the next line.
5, 3.
Heap size, is that megabytes?
Yeah, and that fixes it. Usually you put lines.
Hey, you don't seem to sort of that. So,
No, that curly
it's
bracket.
something that seems to be linearly increasing.
This
but
curly
the
bracket
denominator,
activity,
you know,
and
of
that one's
whatever
for this function.
definitely is changing as well.
Sweet.
My app is crashing when it gets into
That's awesome.
That's great. Because that's actually the next thing we're gonna try to work on is figuring out why the hell it's crashing. Okay.
the
Well,
emulator's fine.
yeah, no, that's good. That's really good. In fact, let's see.
Let's try to introduce a bug here so that we can all learn at the same time. Let's.
You're trying to crash Eclipse or the emulator or the app.
I just want to crash the app.
If you change anything in the XMLNS:Android on the top line, it will do that. Because that's the problem I just had.
Well, that will never compile though. You'll never actually get to run the app on a device at that point. He's experiencing something's crashing at runtime. Right? Yeah. So what we're gonna do is let's all do this. Inside first activity, actually, first off, in the XML for first activity, let's give our image view an ID. So let's say Android : ID equals @+ID, and let's just call it image, I guess. So this didn't change the functionality of anything. It just gives us an ID to reference the guy, right? Now, so here's where some of the magic sauce happens between Java and XML. So if we go back to our first activity.java, and after we do set content view, we can now get a reference to our image view that's inside the XML. And to do that, I'm actually, in Java, I'm going to say, let's create an image view that we're just going to call it image. Sure. Okay. There's red lines. Who cares? Okay. And I'm going to assign into this guy. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the activity that we're in, our first activity, it has a method that we don't see, but it's called find view by ID. And it accepts an argument. And we can get that from our R class. The same way we have r.layout and r.drawable, we can say r.id. And if we say dot, we'll actually probably find our image. Now there's still red lines, and I guarantee you it's because it doesn't know what the hell an image view is. If I mouse over image view, it's going to say, I can't resolve that, but you can import it. So I can either click that, or I can do our magic shortcut key, Command-Shift-O, Control-Shift-O. We still got red lines, but we did get rid of another one. Okay. If you mouse over this Find View by ID, it's going to say, cannot convert from view to image view. So what Find View by ID returns is just a view, a generic view object. Relative layout, linear layout, text view, frame layout, all these layouts, they actually have Java classes. In XML, you're just saying, put this view that has this implementation right here and with these attributes and whatnot. But all of those things that you use in XML are just Java classes. Mind blown, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that image view is a subclass of view, right? But in Java land, you can't assign a subclass into a subclass. Sorry, you can't assign a class into a subclass. You have to do this thing called casting. And when you mouse over Find View by ID, the very first thing it recommends you do is add cast to image view. If I click that, it actually writes a little bit of code for me. And all it does is it adds this in front of Find View by ID. So it's casting Find View by ID, which just returns a generic view. It casts it to an image. Okay? And I'm actually going to, let's do something in Java that we haven't done, or that we're doing in XML right now. So go back to your XML and delete the part where we specify the source. So I'm just going to nix that. If I save that and go to the graphical layout, you'll notice we don't. There's just an empty image view on our layout again, right? If I ran this, it would just be a white screen, right? Now let's go back to our activity.java. And now we have this reference to our image view that's in the XML. And what we're going to do is we're going to programmatically in Java, we're going to set the image for our image view rather than doing it in XML. Okay? So now that we have this variable called image, which is an image view, it has a bunch of methods. If I say image dot, there's a whole bunch of methods that image views can do. And the one we're going to do is we're going to do set image resource. And it actually gives you documentation on what the hell this method does. It says over here, sets a drawable as the content of this image view. But it expects an integer, and that might be kind of throw you off the trail a little bit here, because what we're going to do is we're going to pass it r.drawable dot the same thing we were using, IC launcher. So I kind of sped through that there, but we learned a few things here. One, you can reference images that are in your drawable folder in JavaLand. That's awesome. Two, these references are just integers, right? So when you do set image resource, it wants an integer, but I mean, I could just as easily have said image.set image resource to 0. What the hell does that mean? It doesn't really mean anything. There probably isn't anything in. It's expecting an integer that points to somewhere in the R class, right? So I just wanted to point out that that might be a little misleading. So
how's that second thing an integer? The r.drawable.ic install launcher.
Magic. This is what the SDK does for you. So when you, for instance, if I go into activity, my first activity XML, and I changed the ID of this to like image_1, and I saved it. Keyword save. I saved the file. Okay. When you save an XML file, the SDK runs a program on it and takes all the IDs, all the files that are in your resources folder, and stuffs them in this file that's actually you can find in this Gen folder. And under our package, com.example.sandbox app, you notice there's an r.java. We didn't write this. It's the SDK's job. So what this does is when I create an ID in my XML file, goes it through the program and regenerates this r.java. You can open it and look at it, but you'll notice the first thing it does up at the top, it says, you don't want to modify this because you're going to break stuff, right? But all this is doing, I guarantee you, somewhere in this long file, there is something called image1. What do you know? It's just this like weird ass int. I don't know what that is, right? This is the magic, right? You don't have to worry about this. But if you didn't save your file, it didn't regenerate this. So over in your activity, you wouldn't be able to say .image. In fact, it's kind of odd that this is still working because I guess our old image ID is still sitting around. I was hoping it would break it, actually. Maybe image is just an ID that exists somewhere. I don't know. But this would actually probably break, now that I think about it, because this would probably not find a view. And in fact, so this image object, it wouldn't find the right one, which would cause this to break because you can't set an image resource on a variable that is null, right? This find view by ID would return null if it can't find that ID in the activity, right? A good example would be like if I used an ID that was in, what was the name of our other XML file? Fragment main, right? You're not going to find that ID in first activity because it's not there, right? So that would be a potential way for this to break. In fact, let's do that. This should break if we say something like text1, right? This is an ID that we use in a completely other XML file, right? So if I run this, I got a black screen, and then unfortunately, your app blows, right? That's what I got from that. And this is kind of all leading up to another part of Eclipse that I wanted you guys to learn how to use. So right now, you notice up in the top right, there's this little Java thing, right? If you go up to Window and then Open Perspective, there's this thing called DDMS, which I have no idea what it stands for. But this is sort of like your debugging mecca, okay? So like if you go to DDMS, you should see on your devices tab over here either your emulator that you're running on or your phone that you're running on. And I hate that it defaults this layout to look like this, but the thing we're interested in is actually this tab down here called Logcat. So I'm actually going to drag this tab all the way up here so that it takes up the whole screen. And so this is a whole bunch of crap that's going on my emulator, right? Because I mean, at the end of the day, this window is just Android running, right? It's an operating system running. And Logcat is sort of like the console that the OS writes stuff to all the time. And in fact, we can write stuff to the Logcat from our app, right? So the reason we're here is because anytime your app crashes, the exception that happened or error that happened is going to get printed in Logcat. And this is where you would go to like figure out why it was breaking, okay? I'm going to double click Logcat so that I have more room, but you guys don't have to do that because you probably have lots of screen real estate. But now we're in here, and if I just start scrolling up, you start seeing some red text. And actually, this is where our app crashed. If I went in and ran the app again, it would get printed again. So if I like went to apps and I don't know where Sandbox app, oh, here it is. If I ran that, it crashed again, and back here you notice here's the new time that it crashed. Up here, if I keep scrolling, Here's where it crashed again. So let's see what crashed. Okay. I wish I could get that a little bigger, but I can't. Okay. So basically, we see this fatal exception process, com.example.sandbox app. That's our app, right? Runtime exception. And if we keep reading, we finally see this null pointer exception. And basically, this might be a little misleading, but if you keep scrolling down, you'll see there's a caused by java.lang.null pointer exception. And this line, it actually gives a line number in our file, firstactivity.java. And Eclipse, you can actually double click this and it'll take you directly to the line. So if I just double click this, it takes me to first activity and the line that was the perpetrator. Okay. So the problem it's having here, it says null pointer exception. In Java, you can't call methods on an object if it's null, right? So basically, image, something that would be true, is image is null, okay? But we actually only want to do this if it is not null. But the real problem is that this image, or this view, is not in our activity at all, right? You couldn't find it. So the reason I brought that up was because I thought maybe that was your exception. It could not be. I don't know. Another thing that would cause an exception is in our layout, this is an image view, right? This returns a view and we can cast it to whatever the hell we want. Any subclass of view. So like image in Java land, we could say this is a linear layout if we wanted to. It's not, but we could, right? I'm going to import this. You guys don't have to do this, but I just want to demonstrate what would happen. This method doesn't exist for linear layout, so I'm just going to comment this out for right now. So really all I'm doing is I'm going to find image1, which I think that's the name of our guy. Yeah, image1. Go find that view and stuff it in this linear layout. This would also cause an exception, and I'll show you what happens. So I went back over to DDMS, right? And it already crashed. I'm sure if I went to the emulator, it would have crashed, right? This is a different exception altogether. If I go scroll down to the caused by, it says class cast exception. And basically, you can't. This is kind of a weird product of the magic that's going on, right? We have this XML file. You can go find a view in it, right? But you don't really know what type it is. It's kind of up to you to know what type it's going to be. Like you know that image1, that ID is an image view. But if in your Java class you assume it's a linear layout, you're going to have a bad time, right? So that's the sort of exception you would get. And that's the other exception. I feel like either one of those was probably what you were getting. Did you find out what exception
modified? There's a computer crash when you were modifying the manifest.
Okay.
So I didn't see what you did there.
Oh, I bet it was.
You don't have first activity in
Yeah. Did I put that here instead of main activity?
Yeah, you can.
I had it like that.
Modify to like that is.
I had it like this.
You want to do that is.
Yeah. It should be the Java class and not the.
Oh yeah.
Why do so many people have touchscreen? Yeah, you want to name it
This
Java
is telling
class
you,
instead of
like what class,
Yeah.
package and class, and what line.
So that'll boot up the first activity instead.
So
You got some kind of error in that.
Yeah. This
so
is
it's basically like a cascade, like because it.
Yeah,
you know,
because
this doesn't work. Because that
Is this
doesn't
thing,
work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
This is the ultimate.
So yeah, the problem is
You get the.
you just mouse over it.
Oh, it's probably maybe this
It's
one
gonna say,
here.
I don't know what image
Yeah.
it is, but you can import it.
And so then go fix some things. So take me there.
Not the other one.
I That's
It's just missing.
and then
Can you just save it?
sure, so you can just go
Can you save it?
DDMS. That's the easiest way to switch between the two.
Oh, you
What is DDMS?
you named it a capital image.
DDMS. I mean, I know there's some.
So how would you be able to debug?
Sweet. I just debugging much time there. So mostly just where it is.
What's up?
Seems like that might be important to know at some point. Though.
Yeah, at some point. But I haven't used ever anything that's really big enough. But as far as like
Right.
a compile time, it's like
Yeah.
I mean, but to be fair, for the text output for NetBeans, it also tells you when it runs into compile time errors.
That's fun.
So open something else.
You know, sometimes you just have to cut and repaste. Yeah, I don't know. It could have been like sometimes the editor just doesn't update based on the contents. So like sometimes the easiest way to do it is like remove a character, put it back, so then save again.
The issue is like where it originated from.
Looks like that fixed all your
41.
Okay.
Because all of this is like outside of the.
So did you ever get it up and running? Sweet, cool.
Yeah, that's why you
So yeah, that was like a quick lesson on DDMS, right? DDMS is kind of like my app crashed. Why did it crash? Go to DDMS and try to find the red text and be like, okay. The other good thing to note about DDMS, over here you can add filters, because you notice we're getting stuff that is not our app, right? This is a whole bunch of other stuff that the OS is just doing, right? If you just want to see messages from your app, you can add a filter. There's this big green button on the saved filters. And I'm just going to call this sandbox. Sure, that's fine. But what we're going to do is in the application name, we're going to put our package. So you would say com.example.sandboxapp or whatever you called your package. Okay. And when you create this, it's only going to show your process in Logcat. Like this is all that our app did. It started and then it failed. It crashed. So.
And then just for debugging DDMS, the formulas always look for the cause by, look at where it was at.
Yeah, a lot of times you can have like multiple exceptions. So the good idea is to go all the way to the last one.
Get to the cause by.
Yeah, because like up here it also says something about a class cast exception, and it gives like this is sort of a stack trace. Like
it failed here because it failed here because it failed here because early on it was caused by this. Okay.
Right.
Okay, got it.
So did I ever fix this? I probably should put this back. So I'm getting back to where you guys were. So we have an image. It's image 1. And now when I run this, all of this was to try to get an image view that we provided its source image in JavaLand rather than in XML, right? So now if I run this, now it actually did the same thing it would have if we had done it in XML. You might be wondering, why would I go to all this trouble to do it in XML? Well, what if you wanted to load an image that you didn't have in your app, like it was like a remote image on the web or something, right? You would handle all that in JavaLand at runtime, right? It's just nice that a lot of times you would want to set it up in XML if you had that resource in your app and all that jazz. You notice this is still sticking around. If you ever want to clear the log, up here in the top right, there's the X, and this just sort of clears it. So I think if I probably backed out, I'd probably get some kind of it all came at once. I can go back in. Yeah, this is the only thing that got printed for the whole thing. Like, not a big deal. And actually, I think last thing before we break for lunch, since we're already on this DDMS stint, is that you can actually print you yourself as in the Java file. You can print to logcat, and there's a class called log. So in my onCreate, I can just say log dot, and there's like 3 or 4 different log levels, which you notice there's a whole bunch of different colors going by in logcat, like red and yellow and green and blue. Those correspond to different log levels. So like errors are usually red, right? Debug is blue or green, I don't know. I tend to use I, but log.I, this basically prints to logcat with a tag. You can just give it a string tag. So I'm going to say the tag is, I don't know, A ink, right? And the message, I'm just going to say, hello from first activity. Right? Now, I went through that kind of quickly there, but this log class, if I undo it, oh, I did it too quickly. Oh, it figures it out as soon as you hit .i, okay. But anyway, what this is doing is it's going to print a logcat, and it's going to use this tag A-ink. So in DDMS, if I filter by, you notice there's this tag feature. So the tag would be, that's something else that you can filter by. If you notice, when you go create a filter, you can say by log tag. So if we only wanted to see the stuff that we printed with a given tag, I could do this here. I could say A-ink. The log tag's that, right? Right now there's nothing going on there because we haven't run the thing yet. But if I ran this, as soon as our activity gets loaded, I'm going to print to the log. And what do you know? There it is. Hello from first activity. So this is good for debugging, like if you wanted to like print out some stuff while your app's running, stuff like that. Cool. Any questions so far? I know it was kind of a really slow start, and I apologize for that. I know it's no fun setting up dev environments because I've done it a bajillion times and it's never fun. Yeah.
So you just use those kind of like comments to show you, well, this part of my program executed, this part of my
program
executed.
Yeah.
So the problem's after this.
Yeah, actually, a good test for that actually is so activities have a method that you can override. Same way we're overriding onCreate. There's a onResume. Oh, it's actually protected void, right? And so anytime your app is resumed, this method is called, right? Yeah, it's protocol you should be calling super.onResume, but that's kind of another thing. But in here, I could easily just say same thing. I could do log.i onResume. And just so you guys know, there's also an onPause. Pause.
Do you have to program in a special pause function?
No, so you get a default functionality for that for free, right? This is just overriding it so that you can add some stuff in that happens whenever that gets executed. But you should be calling super.on whatever you're overriding. Yeah, just so that gets forwarded. But if I run this, so onResume got called. You saw that get printed. onPause actually gets called, like if you hit the home button and your app goes in the background, onPause is called. Although my emulator is slow to tell us that happened. And if I go back into it, actually, we'll get an onResume. See? So that's just an example of how to use logcat. All right, so there was a lot of slow getting started. I think now that we have sort of a little bit of the basics and we all feel comfortable running some stuff, we can actually do some cool things after lunch. But yeah.
Cool.
So do you have any?
So we're gonna take about a 45-minute break. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. I know I and a few other people are gonna walk across the street to Jimmy John's, but feel free to hit anywhere you'd like for lunch, or if you brought your food with you, go for it. Yeah, once again, we'll be back around 1 o'clock. I can try to get this working. Alright.
Cool.
We have one spare computer at least that's working, so if they're ready to just try to get the nothing's working. Nothing's working. Okay. It's close, I think.
Jimmy John's a long time. That sounds delicious.
Long enough.
Yeah, long and what's
So if you install the x86 image and it's just not in here,
did you restart ABT?
that's what I'm gonna try. This is what I'm
Yeah, no, like you have to.
gonna say. Yeah, I'm struggling with the driver. I don't know if we just didn't do the right thing.
You got it working there, right?
He got this work.
Oh, that's
I want that. Probably fine. I think I'm pretty new GF until I get one of those.
That's pretty cool. It's like a wallet.
Yeah. There's
It's just like if you lose your phone, you also lose your equipment.
that's probably why.
That's definitely.
I was not informed of this.
Can you try plugging this? See if it maybe tries. Oh man, that was rough.
Like the dev environment thing is like always terrible. Like even with, I mean, I have a feeling that if I set up the like Polar SDK like dev environment like on my desktop on Linux or something, that it would just be like, why isn't this working?
Yep.
So it's just like, people know what they're doing. It's hard. But then it's like, okay, now we need 9 people who might not know what to do.
I should probably stop recording this.
Everything there to share with you after class. All right.
Cool.
The floor's all yours. Chris.
Okay. So we left off kind of getting a grasp of activities and how XML land talks to Java land, how Java can interact with XML layouts, right? And really it's just that what we learned was all these views in our layout are actually just Java classes. And this is just sort of markup to say I want this object to be here, and I want it to be this size, I want it to be to the left of this, and all that. And then we can get a hold of those and do stuff with them in Java. Right? So we've talked about some sort of like simple use cases for that. So let's jump into maybe a little more complex one, and one that you would probably think that you would want is a list view. And I'm just gonna, so this is my first activity XML, right? And I'm just gonna rename the ID to list view, just so it makes sense. And I believe the graphical layout's actually smart enough to sort of give you sort of an example list. So this is what, you know, by default, what a list view could look like, right? Now, it's not going to look like this unless you give it some data to display, but this is just kind of an example of what it could look like. So all I did was change it from an image view to a list view, and I changed the ID just so it kind of made more sense. In fact, you notice now that first activity is complaining because image 1 is no longer an ID. Notice the only reason that happened, though, right, is because I saved first activity.xml. And I'm going to nix this on resume, on pause stuff since you guys probably don't even have it, and I was just demonstrating stuff. But what I'm going to do now is instead of grabbing an image view, right, I'm actually going to get, I'll just nix all this so we can see what I'm going to do. But now I'm going to get a list view, right? I'm going to call it list. And just because I know that find view by ID returns a view and not a list view, I'm going to go ahead and cast it as a list view. Remember, you just put the thing you want to cast to in parentheses. And then I'm going to say find view by ID. And what was the ID that we gave it? r.id.list view, right? Okay, there's red lines because I need to import list view. Last time you can either mouse over and go to import, or I can just do my Command-Shift-O, and everybody's happy. Now right now it's complaining that you get this list view object, but you don't do anything with it. Why are you even doing this? This is unused code. So that's just a warning, but it doesn't hinder your program from running. Cool. All right, so now I have a reference to my list view. So how do I get stuff in my list view is the question. And to do that, it kind of introduces a new concept in the Android SDK called adapters. So list views are just a view, right? They don't have any concept of data in them, right? What adapters do are kind of give you, it kind of specifies the functionality of your list view, like how many items are in it, or how do I draw, you know, individual list items, right? So you can do that in several different ways. So basically, adapters give you the flexibility to do whatever you want in your list view, right? So we're actually going to make an inner class inside our first activity that's going to be our adapter that we want to use. So what I'm going to say down here is public, actually let's make it private, class, and we're going to call it my list adapter. And it's going to extends a class called base adapter. And then I do, Eclipse has a nice way of sort of auto-indenting this. If I do open curly bracket and hit enter, it'll indent it and add the closing curly bracket for my class, right? Now there's a red line under base adapter. Why is that? It's not imported. So if I just do Command-Shift-O, it adds it up there and everybody's happy. Although now we have a completely different error going on. My list adapter, if you mouse over it, it says my list adapter must implement the inherited abstract method adapter.getCount. Okay? Now that's a big mouthful, but really what it is base adapter is sort of like a template for the things that an adapter should do, right? And this suggested solution here, add unimplemented methods, is what you want to do. And it'll actually do more than just that method getCount. So it just added 4 functions to my class that right now they don't do anything, but they're needed in order to give your adapter like functionality. Okay? So there's 4 methods here. There's this get count, which you can probably guess what that does, right? It returns, right now it defaults returning 0, but what get count does is it says, if I'm the adapter for a list view, you need to draw this many number of items, right? So right now it's 0. If we change this to 5, it would say there should be 5 items in the list view, right? I'll just leave that there for right now. So if we use this adapter, then there's going to be 5 things in its list. Now these next 2 functions are kind of just there for convenience. You can use them or you can't. But what this is it just returns a generic item from the list of items. And arg0, it sucks that it didn't give these good names, but I'm going to actually rename this just so you understand it to position, because that's what this variable is. This is get the item at this position in the list, right? Same thing for this get item ID. These methods are not so useful right now. What is really useful is this very last method, which is get view. And arg0 in this case is also, I'm going to call that position as well, because what this is it says return the view for this position in the list, right? So that's what an adapter does. An adapter says, how many things am I supposed to draw? And get view's job is, at this position in the list, here's the view that you should draw. Okay? You return that as the function, right? Now right now, you see this, it automatically added this comment that says auto-generated method stub, right? These aren't really, Eclipse did that for us. Whenever we said add unimplemented methods, this is just saying you should probably put some stuff in here because I don't know what you want to do in there. Okay? Cool. My XML, yes, I can. I just changed it from an image view to a list view, and then I changed the ID to say list view as well. Am I good? Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. All right, so moving on. Now, what I'm going to do is we need to figure out what we want to do for each list item in the list. Sorry. Let's give these good names. I never understood this about Eclipse, but sometimes when you do the add unimplemented methods, it goes and gives these like good names, like what they really mean. Let's actually give these good names. So this is actually, we're going to call it convert view. And this last one, this view group, we'll just call it container. Okay, so now let's give this method some innards. Okay, so I'm gonna write over this old comment that it auto-generated here, and let's just say let's make a variable that's of type view. Let's call it v, and let's just call it. Let's just do that. And instead of returning null down here, we're going to return that v object, that view. Okay. Looks like it's complaining because we haven't given it a value. I guess we could just assign into it null for now. Actually, scratch that. Let's make it convert view, and I'll talk about this here in a bit. You know, actually, to demonstrate something before we do this, let's actually make a text view. We'll call it v just the same, but we're going to say text view, this v object, is going to be equal to a new text view. And I believe we have to pass this a parameter, and what we're going to say is first activity dot, and then we're this. And then you put a semicolon at the end of every line, right? You know, I didn't mention that earlier, but everybody seemed to figure that out, so that's awesome. In Java, every statement you have to end with a semicolon, so it seemed like everybody figured that out.
I have one question just about defining the variables. That's just, what kind of command do you have to have in the front? You're using like view or text view, just then space, and then whatever comes next is the variable. Is that how we're defining it?
So in Java, you declare a variable by saying type of variable, name of variable,
Okay.
right? You can choose to assign into it at that point or not. I could just say semicolon, and that's a statement. And the next line, I could say v equals.
Okay.
Those are this is the equivalent, or they're the exact same thing would happen basically. This is just kind of like do it all in one fell swoop kind of thing. Text type of variable v equals new type of variable, and in this case, this variable requires some parameters in order to be instantiated. It doesn't know what a text view is, right? You need to import it. Control-Shift-O, Command-Shift-O. Yeah, if you mouse over text view, maybe, or not. Oh, you finally did it. Okay. I think this is the one I actually want though. There we go. You notice it takes this this variable called a context, and a context variable. It so happens that activities, like first activity, is a subclass of context, which is why we can pass to our text view that our first activity, right? It's of type context, right? Cool. So right now, all our get view does is it creates a new text view and it returns it, right? So let's see what this would do. Now, the one thing we haven't done is, so we grab a reference to our list view, right? We don't do anything with it, and that's why we created this base adapter. So up in our onCreate, once we get a reference to list view, we're going to say list dot set adapter, and you might quickly figure out that that's why we created myListAdapter, because we want to hand this myListAdapter. So all you do is just say new. I'm doing this sort of all in one line. Set adapter new, myListAdapter. Open, close parentheses, and it likes it. So what we're doing is we're making an instance, we're instantiating an instance of our class called myListAdapter. And it just so happens that the only reason this works is because myListAdapter is a subclass of baseAdapter. If this wasn't here, setAdapter would be complaining that I only accept adapters as adapters. So you have to hand it one. That's why we subclass it. So really all this is doing, well, let's see what the hell it does. If I run this, you'll notice that there are some lines here, and there are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, you can't see it, but 5 list items, right? And right now they're just like empty text views that we're not setting any text in, right? So let's give them some text. In our get view, where we create our new text view, text views have a method. You know how, like with our image view, instead of setting the image in the XML, we switched it to setting the image in Java? You can do the same thing with text views. Rather than setting the text in XML, you can say v.setText and hand it a string. Let's give it a string that's in the context of the position in the list. So I'm going to say, double quotes, I'm going to say item space, then I'm going to finish that string with the double quotes, and then I'm going to append the variable that we get in with getView, which is position. So what are we doing? We're creating a new text view, and then immediately set the text of that text view to the string item plus some number, which should be the position in the list for that particular one. So if I run this, you'll see now our text views actually have some sort of context, right? So you can see now that getView is getting called for each of these items, and it gets handed the position in that list. You also see that the position starts at value 0 and goes up to count minus 1, right? The only reason there's 5 items in this list is because we returned 5 in getCount. So what if we change that value? What if we change it to like 100? Run it again. Whoa! And it actually scrolls and stuff, right? So you can already see, like, I changed one line and a whole bunch of stuff happened, right? So adapters are pretty cool. They're pretty powerful, but you kind of have to be careful with them, right? And there's actually something I kind of want to demonstrate here. So let's change this up just a little bit. So in getView now, let's say text view v equals. We're gonna use this convert view thingamabob. We don't know what it is yet, but we're gonna figure it out, right? And we're gonna cast convert view to a text view. Convert view. Okay. And then we're going to say if v, which is now is just whatever convert view was. If v equal null, then I'm going to put curly brackets around our little this guy. Okay. Now I did some indentation there. Okay. But it's also important to note right here, and I'm glad this puts up an error when I do this. If you mouse over V, it will say duplicate local variable. Okay, this is a Java thing. It's actually a lot of languages things, but the fact that I re-say text view, this is like saying I want a new variable. It's not really actually what we want to do. We actually just want to assign in to V the variable that we already created above there, right? So let's look at this one more time. So we say get view, we get a position, and we get this convert view thing. We assign convert view into this local variable called v, and we're casting it to a text view. And then we, if that convert view that we got was null, like it didn't exist, we create a new text view and stuff it in there, right? Then we set the text on it, and then we return v. That's important that we return v. Okay, so let's see what happened. So I'm going to run this. So it looks like everything's still kosher, right? Looks good right now. But let's see what happens whenever I start scrolling. Whoa. Why do we see zeros again and ones again? It's just recycling all views. There's 22 is about to fall off again. Oh, it showed up again. What the heck is going on? In fact, you never see a number greater than 22. What is going on? So this is the adapter class doing its job right, but one line change could greatly affect the way this is working, okay? So what happens, the secret sauce is this convert view, okay? You notice that, I'm actually going to restart this. So the first screen looks perfect, looks great. A get view got called, it found a null convert view, created a new one, and set the text on it, right? But as soon as I start scrolling, when the 0 goes off the top of the screen, it shows up at the bottom. It actually shows up twice, which is kind of weird. I actually know why that happens, because there was just enough room for an extra convert view to get recreated. What's going on here, guys, is that it's recycling old views that you created inside GetView. Okay? At first glance, you'd probably be looking at this adapter and being like, what is going on? This makes no sense. And you would be right to do so. Because all it says is get view, and you're returning a view, and everything seems to be kosher. The trick is this convert view. This convert view is your recycled view. In fact, you might even rename it to recycled view. Because that's what it is. That very first text view that you created for like item 0 gets recycled for whatever one's about to come off the screen. And the reason you do this, guys, is because a view takes up memory, right? And you want to preserve as much memory as you can, so it recycles old ones. Because there's kind of a little bit of overhead. Every time you say new text view, it's not too expensive as far as, you know, bogging your phone down, but you do that a whole bunch and it gets kind of taxing on your phone, right? So this just kind of gives you a really easy to use way of recycling old ones. So guys, the easy way to fix this is that in the case where the convert view is not null, as in you're just recycling an old one, you still want to reset the text on that view. So if I just move it outside of this if v equals null, then sure, you're recycling an old text view, but you're resetting the text on it, right? So the expensive part is creating the text view, but then like setting the text on it is really easy. It knows how to do that, it can do it really quickly. So you'll see that if you just make this small change and run it, now when I scroll, the numbers still go up, right? It wasn't that GetView wasn't getting called with position equal 30 and 31 and all the way up to 100, right? Or 99. It was just that we weren't setting the text on that old recycled view. Any questions and all that? I know it's kind of zoomed through it.
So this kind of does what we did before, but it's now kind of less expensive for the processor.
Correct.
And if we'd done it before with the v.setText inside those brackets, you'd still have 99 items that just start getting really weird names because it keeps recycling the text. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. Basically, GetView was getting called with position 0 through 99. It just you weren't setting the text on that recycled text view. Yeah. Remember, when we first wrote this function, we said new text view every time GetView got called. Now we only call new text view if the recycled view we got in was null. And basically, what the operating system's trying to do here is just minimize the number of text views that you pretty much have to have a certain amount of text views on the screen at a given time, right? So it just tries to minimize that by recycling ones. As soon as one flies off the bottom of the screen, it gets recycled at the top, right? So like this item 0 is about to get reused for item 23 and vice versa, right? So that also helps make list scrolling like smoother, right? You fling by and you only have the same amount of text views. You're just moving them around, right? Cool. Any other questions about that? So this is all well and good. What if we wanted to display like a list of things, right? Right now, list adapter is hard coded to say I want to display 100 something or others. I don't know what. And then get view's job is just to create a text view and set the text based on the position. There's no real data in there at all, right? So let's create a list of strings, okay? So up here, before you create your list view in onCreate, we're gonna learn some Java here, okay? So I'm gonna say I want a list of what? In Java, there's this class called string. So this particular type of object is cool because you can have a list of lots of different types of things. So you use this arrow to say, I want a list of string objects. I'm going to name it items. Okay. Now normally you would think that you'd want to say equals new list of strings, right? And you would say on the end here you have to say open parentheses, close parentheses, semicolon. Okay. Now there's already red lines because it doesn't know what list is, right? We have to import it. I'm going to do that real quick, but I'll still get an error. Because if I mouse over list, it'll say cannot instantiate the type list string. It's a terrible error message. But it's true. You can instantiate a list of strings. There's a class that implements this list. I guess it's an abstract class, or I don't know what it is. It's an interface, yeah. Yeah, it is. It totally is. But there is a class called ArrayList that does exactly what we want to do. I'm going to import because it doesn't know what ArrayList is, right? So what we have here is an empty list of strings, right? And we can add stuff to it, right? So like, in fact, the variable items has a method. If I do dot, I can say add, and I can hand it a string. So let's add a string like platypus, right? So now items is still a list, but it has a string in it called platypus, right? What's another string? String. Very nice. Very nice. Sort of an inside joke, but that's fine. Anybody else? Come on.
Jerky.
Jerky? All right. Jerky? LeBron. Okay. So we have this array list of strings. Okay. So how do we get this string, or this list of stuff, into our adapter? Okay. You can do this a few different ways. For one thing, and actually it's probably a good chance to go over this, but right now all these variables in onCreate, like say items, I can't use this variable down in my adapter because it's a local variable. This variable only exists from this curly bracket to that curly bracket. That's called scope, right? This variable is only in the scope of this function. So you might be asking, how would I get, if I want to use this list of strings in my adapter, how do I do that? The answer is you can do it in a few different ways. And the way I'm going to show you is actually something I wanted to show you guys earlier. And that is, I could take this, this instantiation of my list, I'm going to cut it, and I'm actually going to put it up here inside our first activity class, but outside of all the functions. So there's just like this white space up here, right? And Eclipse colors it blue, which is kind of cool. And that is because now, instead of it being a local variable to the function onCreate, it's now a global variable for the whole class. So every instance of first activity has a list of strings called items, right? And in onCreate, that's where we go and add all of our strings to it. You could add stuff to it down in my list adapter if you wanted to, right? Might get kind of weird considering all these methods get called at really weird times, but you could do that, right? But the key thing now is that I can use this list of strings down here, and that's where, let's say in getView now, instead of setting the text to item position, we can just set it equal to our list of variables called items. It has a method called get. And you can hand it a position in the list that you want to get. So we're just going to hand it position. And everybody's happy. Items.getPosition returns, if you mouse over it, it returns a string. Right? So there's only one thing left to do. You guys, anybody, can you spot the one thing we haven't done yet? So what's an adapter's job? It says, how do you draw all the list items, and
do we need to update the count number too?
Yes, sir. The other thing it says is how many things are we supposed to be drawing, right? What this would have done, it would have crashed actually. It would have called getView for 0 through 99, and setText would say, go get the 99th thing in items. Well, there aren't 99 things in items. There's only our 4 here, right? So, in getCount, what should we return?
4.
That is the number we should return. But what if we added some stuff to items?
Items.count or something?
Damn straight. Items dot, it's actually called size. Right? Yeah. Cool. So now, the cool thing about this is now if we want to display one more thing on our list, all we got to do is add it to it, right? And then the adapter will just figure it out because it says, I want to display however many things are in items, and then getView goes and worries about which item at that position I should be drawing. So if I run this, instead of getting my 99 things, I get a list of all the stuff that we added to our list. Now, questions in that? So,
I was just looking for the syntax on the get position in the bottom.
Yeah, it's just a method. So this statement right here is a string. I could easily say like string text equals that, and then use that variable in setText, right? Same thing, I just did it all in one line kind of thing.
I have a duplicate local variable.
Okay, yeah, we talked about that. So in getView, when I first copied this V, I was actually specifying its type as well, which says, if I said text view V, that's saying I want another variable called V. Well, if I mouse over this, it's going to be like, dude, you already have one called V. So really all you want to do is just take that off and then reassign into V.
So that's what the text view above it is, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah. This is creating a local variable called V. We happen to be assigning recycled view into it, but V is the only thing called V in the whole function.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Cool. So yeah, now I mean we can display a list of things, right? I added some stuff. So what if let's do some cool stuff. So how about in first activity, let's add a button, right? Let's say, so there's a class called button, right? And we need to give it a size, right? So we have to do the whole Android : I misspell, as being an Android developer, I misspell the word Android like every other time, and it's bad.
Do that a lot.
Yeah.
frustrating.
It's okay. I just bill people for it. It's fine. So yeah, we need to give this thing a layout width and a height. I hate it when it does that. There we go. Android layout height, wrap content. And you can also give buttons text, the same way you can text views. In fact, buttons are a lot like text views. They just have a background to them that looks like a button, and you can press it, right? So let's add some text to it. Say text equals, and I don't know, we're just going to say press me. Okay. Now, let's look at the graphical layout for this, just so we can figure out what we're doing. And I think you might not realize what we're going to see here. I didn't know what we were going to see because I didn't think that was going to do that. So we have a button at the top and then our list view. That is because I didn't realize that. We set it defaulted the orientation for this linear layout to vertical, which is kind of exactly what we wanted. But if this were horizontal, let's just see what it would look like. Yeah. So now our list view, there's just a whole bunch of negative space here because our list view's job is keep going down and populating down, and the button's to the left, right? So, whoops. I'll just put that back. So our orientation is vertical. We have a button and then our list view. So what if we wanted to give this button functionality? Let's go into first activity. So we have our adapter. We have this guy. Okay. Let's do something real quick. So we have this global variable called items, right? Let's also, rather than doing this inline set adapter new mylist adapter, let's actually have a global variable that is our adapter, and then we'll use that to set it. Okay. So I'm going to say, what's the type of the adapter? MyList adapter, right? That's the class that we created. I'm just going to call it adapter or adapter, right? And so I'm not going to assign into it. Actually, I could. Why not? We'll just go ahead and say equals new MyList adapter, right? So down here, instead of passing list set adapter, say new, instead of saying new MyList adapter, we're actually going to hand it our global variable that we created called adapter. Cool. Cool beans. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I want to make this button do something. Okay. How would I reference this button in JavaLand? Yes, sir. So we need to give it an ID first. So Android : ID equals @+ID / and then let's just call it button, I guess. And we give it an ID, right? Because in JavaLand we want to be able to call find view by ID and hand it r.id.button, right? That's the whole reason we gave it an ID. So let's do that. Over in first activity, let's do it. We can really do it before or after the list view. We can do it after. We want to, the same way we got a reference to list view, we want to get a reference to button. So we can say button. We'll call it button, lowercase button, right? And we're going to do the same thing we did with the list view. We're going to cast it to a button and call find view by ID. And we hand it the ID we're interested in, r.id.button. Let me put a semicolon. red text usually means we need to import button. Do that. So now in JavaLand, we have a reference to this button that is in our XML. So that's all fine and dandy, but how do we make the button do something when you tap it, right? Buttons, and actually all views have a method called setOnClickListener. Okay? And you hand it an instance of a class called onClickListener. Right? So
Quick question: is that a 0 or an O?
that is an O. That is an O. Okay. So if I want to do this all in line, you can go ahead and say new onClickListener. Right? Much the same way we did setAdapter new myListAdapter, and instead we moved it out to be a global variable. Well, in this case, no one else really needs a reference to this onClickListener, so let's just do it in one fell swoop. So what we say is new onClickListener, and then you do open close parentheses, right? 1 second. And the easiest way is we're going to put the implementation for this class inside here as well. So I put a space, I'm going to do open curly bracket, and then hit enter, which will actually add a closing curly bracket and indent everything for me. There's a bunch of red text, but we'll get to that. Okay. Now, you can guess that the reason there's red text on ClickListener is because it doesn't know what it is. You have to import it, Command-Shift-O. And in this particular case, you actually get a dialog that says, there's 2 different kinds of onClickListeners. Which one do you mean? We do not want the dialog interface one, we want the view one. So Android.view.onClickListener is the one that we're interested in. So you just do that, hit enter.
Why is that?
Why is
Am I
what?
the reason why we want the second one, not the first one? Or it's just
Because they're actually 2 different classes, and you use them in different cases, right? So like there's a construct called dialogues in Android, right? And they have buttons. Well, they expect a dialog interface version of onClickListener, and views expect the view version, right? Yeah. So we still got red text. Why the hell we got red text? If you mouse over it, it's the same kind of thing that we ran into with adapters. It says there's unimplemented methods. It says the type onClickListener must implement a method called onClick. That's great. I would love to do that. Well, if you right-click that, if you click that, it adds a method called onClick. So now, what we're doing is we say, hey button, I want to set your onClickListener. Here's a new instance of an onClickListener, and it has a method called onClick. Here it is. Right now it doesn't do anything, but it's there and it'll get called when you click it. So let's put something in here. As a sanity check, let's do something we already know how to do, which is print to the log. Okay? So if I say log.I, remember it has 2 arguments. The first one is the tag, right, which can kind of be whatever, but I already have a filter set up in my logcat, so I'm going to use ainc. But if you already had one set up, or you just want to go look at all the logcat, you can. But then the message is just going to be, I don't know, pressed. I don't know. Okay? Semicolon, and it doesn't know what log is, so we need to import that. And this is actually an instance where there's multiple versions of log, which kind of sucks, because that really sucks, especially for a beginner. You want the Android version. This is a quick answer, but because there's not really many context clues here for you to realize which one you want, but you want the Android.util version. So what is this going to do? When you click the button, it should print to the log and say press. Right? Let's just try it. I'm actually going to switch to my DDMS perspective so I can see logcat. And I'm going to clear the log so that you can see what I'm doing here. So I'll switch over here. There's a press me. When I click it, there's my press. So yeah, cool. So we at least know that something happens whenever we press it. What's up?
If you get a message like that asking you which one you want to include or import, is there a way, if you're unsure, just hit both?
You can't hit both. You can either have one or the other. In fact, if you tried to import both, I'm pretty sure you would get an error that says, you already imported a class of that name. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
So it'd have two different definitions.
The other solution is in Java, like instead of just saying relative layout, you could say the full package name of that class name. Right? Same thing for my list adapter. You could say com.example.sampleapp. My list adapter. If there was some other kind of version of my list adapter, and you did want to use both in the same file, then you wouldn't import it. You would just say the full name. Usually, if you're running into that, it probably means you should. The only edge case is when it's like part of Android, like on click list, right?
So that's kind of a weird edge case. Okay. Any other questions? So.
I might have gotten lost here
Okay.
for a second. But I don't really know what it is. I'll just give it to you.
I can come over there. Cool.
I was trying to follow along, so I just typed everything that you typed out. But I might have missed the spot or something.
So like right now, you're starting this, but the reason you have all these other errors is because this is kind of causing some syntax errors because it's not complete. If you hit, I'm going to close that, but then if you hit enter right here, it adds the curly bracket for you. And then now you should be able to like import, right? Or maybe not. Oh, you already imported.
Yeah, I
already imported. You just needed to mouse over and do that.
Okay.
Add a semicolon. There's a whole bunch of other red text.
Yeah, that's this.
Oh, because you.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's little things.
I try hitting save because a lot of times it doesn't fix red text until then.
I'll save it again.
Mouse over my list adapter. Oh, you're missing a curly bracket. Somehow you lost your curly bracket for on create.
Sweet. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Cool. Anybody hung up? What's up? Sure. Yeah, for sure.
So when in dev, check for like typos or missing curly brackets. Start with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I notice that even myself, when I first started programming, I didn't really see like the need for indentation. I was just like, it works either way. Why not? Well, if you indent correctly, it's a lot easier to find stupid stuff like, did I start and end with a curly bracket? Because if you make, like something as easy as like putting this curly bracket right here, in my mind, this is a syntax error, but Java's cool with it because it compiles just fine because the curly bracket's after the whole function and everybody's happy with it. But like, if this isn't lined up with the function declaration, then I just feel like, I don't know, I would just like, my skin would itch until it got fixed. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things like you don't realize why it's important until you have to, read somebody else's code or just fix code.
Other question is for kind of like that local variable kind of on click listening thing. So the reason why you want to keep that local as opposed to making it global is just because it's kind of like good programming etiquette. If it's not
which variable?
The on click listener.
Oh,
I think the reason why
yeah.
we kept that local is just because we might as well.
Well, this is even more local if you think about it because we never even store a reference to it. I could say, I could cut that and say on click listener or L equals new on click listener. So I have this local variable called L, and I could pass it to set on click listener. That's totally valid Java. It works fine. But I'm not going to use L anywhere else. And it's almost cleaner to just have it in line when you say set on click listener to a new instance of L on click listener. Right? So, cool. So what I really wanted to do here with this button was be able to add stuff to the list. But right now we have this string, right? So how about we figure out how to add a string? But in order to add a string, we'd have to be able to input a string with the keyboard, right? So to do that, we kind of need another UI element here, okay? So let's go back to our XML. Right now we have a button and a list view. We know how to wire up the button to do stuff, but we need some way to input text, right? I'm sure you've seen this on any app ever, right? There's some way to enter text, right? Well, the UI element that is called an edit text, not test text. So I'm pretty sure we all agree that we need an ID, so let's just go ahead and do that. So an ID at plus ID, let's call it edit text, right? And we need to give it a width and a height. Android layout width. Let's just stick with wrap content for now. Actually, let's make width match parent. And the height will be wrap content. That kind of makes sense, right? We want a text box, and we want it to fill the width of the screen, but the height should just wrap the text, right? And I think that's it. So then we do the /arrow. And I believe if we go into our graphical layout here, we'll see that now there's this new element right below the button. Okay, I'll go back to the XML because I know you guys are trying to copy it.
How do you get back to this screen with the different ways to select elements as part of your graphical layout? I'm just like not having the boxes come up anymore.
Oh, you mean in the graphical layout?
Yeah, just that.
There's the outline over here. Is this what you're talking about?
Close that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, cool. I'll go back to the XML. Okay. Let's see. I have something that's unsaved in here. I don't know what it is. Oh, I think I just moved some indentation stuff around. So I'm going to run this just so you see the UI change. We haven't wired up anything, but we should have an edit text here now. And it looks like the keyboard actually came up automatically because it automatically selected the edit text, which is kind of crappy, but whatever. So I can type stuff in this. It really sucks that the emulator can't do something as simple as forward my keyboard to it. There used to be a way to do that. I'm sure there is a way, I just haven't looked into it. If I hit back, the keyboard will go away, and but my text is still there, right? So there's this new UI element here called an edit text. I can type into it. So you'd imagine the same way that text views have a set text, edit texts have some way to grab the text that's in it, right? So in order to do that, at runtime, we need to grab a reference to the edit text in Javaland, much the same way we did the button and the list view, right? So let's do that. So over here, back in our activity, let's grab a reference to our edit text. So right above where we grab the button, let's say edit text. I'll just call it edit equals. You know the drill. We cast it to an edit text, and we call find view by ID, r.id dot edit text. And we'll import that edit text, and everybody's happy. So yeah, like I said, edit texts have a method called getText. You can see it autocomplete. I'm just doing that so you can see it, but we don't want it there. Okay. So what I would like to do is that when you hit the button, it takes whatever text is in the edit text, adds it to the list of strings, and our list gets updated. That seems reasonable, right? Okay, so how do we do that? So we already have this nice little function here that we know happens anytime the button gets called or gets clicked. So instead of printing to the, I'll leave the print statement there so that just sanity check later. But what we want to do is we want to say edit.getText. This is our string that we're interested in. And let's actually store that in a string variable, just locally. So we're going to say text, string text equals edit.getText. So this is a Java bug that we're about to, it's not a bug in Java, but it's a bug because of Java. What is that? You have to, that's not true. Apparently it's true. That's so stupid. You can say to string. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, that wasn't the bug that I was trying to show you guys. So there's this edit text that we have a reference to. It's complaining that this is a non-final variable. Okay, so it suggests a solution, and you can click this to fix it. And all this does is it adds the word final before our edit text. Okay. This is one solution to this problem. Another solution is we could make our edit text a global variable. Okay. I don't really understand why I guess it matters when you go to like different classes. Like if you're handing like some interface to go off and do some work in some other class. But yeah, I've never understood why this is a problem in Java. But what we can do, we can either say add the final variable here, or we can do what we did with adapter and items and make it a global variable. So like I could copy that, put it up here. And instead of recreating this variable, we could just say edit equals. And now edit is a global variable. That make sense? Anybody get lost there? So it's just kind of a Java thing that because this function, this onClick function, could get called at any time during the life cycle of this activity, we have to either make it a final variable or we have to make it a global variable. So I chose making it a global variable. So, in fact, instead of doing this log.i, I'm actually going to put it after, and I'm just going to print text. I'm going to put it right there. Let's put a string right before it so we know that if it's empty. So let's say text colon space. So this way it'll say the text is blah, whatever is in the edit text. So right now, when we tap it, it should print to the log. Text is this. So let's see if this guy works. I'm going to switch over to my DDMS so that we can see this. And now, so if I hit the button right now, you notice it just says text and then nothing, because there's nothing in the edit text. But if I put some stuff in there and then I hit the button, now it says that's what's in the edit text. Cool. So now what we want to do is we actually want to add anything. When you press the button, it adds the current string and the edit text to our list down here with LeBron and Jerky. Okay, so how do we do that? We already know how to add stuff to items. So let's try that. So I'm just going to copy this, and instead of, exactly, actually I'm not even going to copy it. Let's just do that. So we just say items.add. We want to add text. Okay.
But then you're gonna have to recreate the list for the new entry item, right?
So this is where adapters become really awesome. Okay. So we just added this to the list. Now you're right though. If I just ran this, pretty sure the result is not very great. Yeah. But the problem is that our adapter has a method. So our adapter that we added to list view, which is a global variable, which is actually why we made it a global variable earlier. Now, after we add the text, we can say adapter dot has a method to say basically go redraw yourself, and it's called notify dataset changed. And basically, it just says, go relook at the count. Go redo get views. And it'll, since we hooked up our adapter to work on the list items, it'll just refigure it out. So now, let me do this. And we say, we press. Now, it gets added to the list. I could do this a few times, actually, since it doesn't go away. Do that again. Pretty nifty. Eventually, it's still a list view. Yeah. Any questions on that? Anybody like give up on trying to keep up and is just like mindlessly looking at me, or yeah, I was afraid of that.
I just need something.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
on the brink of all this.
Yeah, sure.
It's probably just something small again. I think I missed the part where you said the log plus whatever that was.
No, that actually looks correct. You just have to import log.
Was showing up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Okay, that's finished. That should be good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very nice.
Everything's still running. So.
Did you ever get your? You never got your phone. Nope. Okay. We're gonna figure that out one of these days.
Still didn't get his emulator.
So his emulator, his computer is a little on the slow
It is
side.
now.
So I feel like the emulator is not the best idea. But he has a. Is that an S3 or S4?
I've been on a device. Could try
Could try that. Could try that. Yeah. What about you, man?
I just ran into a problem with some red lines. And then he helped fix that. So then while that happened,
Yeah.
All right.
I started to write this stuff here right now.
I mean, it looks like. Let's fix it right. So where would you go?
The thing is, if you look at this file, like it'll just
So
we'll probably need
looks like it's just crashed. No one will clear it. Let's add a filter. You see that green plus?
I'm looking at computer science.
Let's call it
We haven't done anything with Java or
then down in the application there. Do you know
I
what
can
you
launch
call
it
it?
in C++, which is
The packaging? Was it Comdex?
I think last time I had
Yeah.
So what's this conflict listening thing again?
This way it'll just filter out.
No,
It's
it's
just-
should be really
It's like
That should actually.
yeah, classic. Maybe a method to solve function.
Is your
Is
usually
just-
right around
Wait,
like-
like, it's not
Right, and then on the click,
Yeah. So whenever like a click happens, it executes everything in that conflict method.
It's from them.
I'll give you things like that. Like, I don't know.
Last note.
There's gonna be pretty any of this.
You can also, I don't know how much. It's like a similar thing, but like on click, like runs a key, like push down, and there's like also
stuff that you just
on
kind of have
release.
to know.
And that's how you have like where you click and drag. So like
Yeah,
on click then allows it
It's
to
like
be
you have to know
and then
that
on
basic
release
after is a
puts
class
it
that
wherever it
exists
wasn't
somewhere.
re-released.
Yep. Yeah, so
To make
then
your
the button got
real
set on quick
Right.
listener, so that's telling it kind of like the general class.
Yeah,
or
well-
this is what is new ones made every time that will do this.
Well, so you only are making one button, and what this is doing is like creating a listener that goes with the button to tell if it's clicked or not.
I'm pretty proud of this.
So I guess the one thing I'm not understanding is it seems like every time it's clicked, it creates this new.
We don't have
system
any
that does all that.
Okay, so
Right.
Make
Oh, okay.
that
Here,
would
let
be
me.
true if
I'll
it
pull
was
up
in
now.
a loop with the way it's set up right now. Is it creates one instance of the unclick listener,
And
and
that runs it.
then yeah, it's just consistent. It's created once, and it's just sitting there constantly in the background,
There you
waiting
go.
to see what you do until the program.
It looked like you had most of the Java stuff, just not the XML stuff. So hopefully this will fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, great, that makes sense.
Or like if you had,
over here.
you know,
So,
like say
No, it's still
for
laid out the way.
like if you did
it's
something
supposed
else,
to
like
be. I just
you could like do the one more
see it in action.
edit
So
the
no,
text first or whatever, and then like hit enter there, and then it would create a button with the text in it. Then if you had it set up that way, that new unclick listener would be recreated every single time.
Right, and that makes sense because you're changing what the button says.
That's
I have a question.
Cool. What's up?
What is like a simple way to clear the text in the text input
Yeah.
box
Yeah.
every time you
Yeah.
hit the like for the unclick?
Yeah, that's actually pretty easy. So edit text actually have a method just like text views do, the set text.
Yeah.
So you could just set the text to be the empty string. So like so like over here, whenever you do add text, you would just say edit dot set text, and you can just say no string.
No string.
Or yeah, just an empty string.
What happens if you do null instead? Is it going to be the same or?
There's only one way to find out. Well, seems to work. Yeah. I also noticed that whenever I hit the button when I didn't have anything in there, it added the empty string to our list of stuff. So if you just keep pressing it, I have a bunch of empty text views, right?
Is there a way to like force Arch how to be regenerated? Because like there's a syntax error, or there's a
It's supposed to, every time you save, to get auto-regenerated. I think that only happens, though, if up here you say, like, build automatically. Is this checked? It's under project. Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to, if you save the thing that's stopping R from getting generated, it's supposed to regenerate it. And it's not. Sometimes if you just run the app, it forces it to regenerate it.
So he runs it and it's like, there's problems in your app. There's gotta be something. Some issues going on.
Can you open? Try deleting R.
Just delete it. So just generates a most of it.
Syntax error in the picture. Delete this.
We haven't done any further.
Do you have something called picture?
You're working, so I'm going to try to catch up.
It's been well. I'm understanding some of this stuff. I just got an image for you.
Any change with kid?
Nope.
Alright, so are you able to keep up with them as far as like
No,
that's
that's
it.
not.
So I can. So I got my laptop.
Yeah, the name.
You want to try that?
Wow, that's terrible.
Wait, so what?
He had a space in his name, and R was just blowing up. Like it was generating it correctly, but that's why.
Oh, so just straight up.
That's
like
why it
text
says
string?
picture instead of a picture.
Okay.
Yeah, so anything in the XMLs, like names and IDs, probably a good idea to use to not have. You can't have spaces in them. So he was getting a really weird error where it was putting that space in r.java, and r.java was blowing up. So that's crazy. So,
For this, I think I got it.
okay, so then back in first activity. Oh wait, you have here.
What happens if you?
Is there anyone else who's
Like,
just waiting
use
right
new
now and
one?
wanting to try a device?
Oh, how'd you do that?
So you said
Yeah, that works.
Is it just adding items? Like
No.
if you type.
Oh.
So
Yeah, anyway,
all I
like
did
that
is like took what you did and then put in front of it if text is not equal to like an empty string, then it adds it. But if it is an empty string, then it just does nothing. It just the other one. I've been in 3 weeks. I'm not using this.
What happens if you hit like
I should have. I
you
saw
type
mine.
in something new line and then you add a you get like a 2 line thing that's wrapped in text it should still it should have like twice the width.
You mean like most of these said that. I just realized you can do cameras in the Android, so that something you can do
Right.
in Android that you can't do in iOS.
And I'm sure there's a way to like define font because there's this default font XML.
Right, but I don't imagine.
I think
Yeah, so that is something that you text. Yeah, it lets you pull an out system camera, send it out to either front or back camera.
it is if you look.
I have it up there.
Yeah, the whole point was to get the text from the edit text. So in first activity, you see I assign into text, edit, get text, and I actually call it to string on it as well. Yeah.
So most of this going to be in Java? Is that equal to Android developing it?
Yeah, like the layouts are in XML, and then all the real like app development side of things is in Java.
So it's like someone proficient in Java would just have a little bit of transitioning experience and then
Yeah, that's true.
cool. I didn't know. I thought it was a completely
If you're doing
different.
No, it uses Java.
Yeah, assigns a variable.
Yeah, the Android operating system is actually, so when you just write like a command line Java application, it runs inside this thing called the Java virtual machine. Android, the operating system, is like Google's own version of the Java virtual machine. So it's just a bunch of Java apps running inside this huge virtual machine, which is what Android is. Yeah.
Is that any? Are there any bad points, good things about that? About using Java? Whereas like they made their own Android OS, it's their own language.
Because this is like a
Well, Java's good because like everybody knows it,
Because you could use like it does like
so I guess
very simple variables.
it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does
Because
iOS
string
use?
isn't different, but
Yeah, it uses it's called Objective C is the language that you use.
floating variables. Those are simple.
I'm not a fan of Objective C. It's kind of ugly in comparison to Java. So, I don't know.
Yeah, do something like that.
Yeah, you have to use the method.
All right, so where are we at? Everybody get the button to do the thing. It isn't what?
You can actually. So that means that it only you can compare strings. So the double, like the equal Boolean operator, but it doesn't do what you think it does. It's like testing whether it like comes from the same place. So if you were to like compose one string of like you just had.
It works for string literals though. So like I could say if that equals that, that's true, right? But it's not the same as. Here's the weird thing though. This actually works for some reason. Yeah, but oops. But right, that works, right? I'm looking for JPK's approval here. Doesn't that work? True.
Yeah. Actually, no,
Does
I think you have to do like f dot. I don't think it's equals or whatever. But like if you composed that string from.
You're saying that this is not true.
So there were a couple different ones that popped up, right? Yeah, I think so. There's actually.
You know
Because
what?
they come from different places.
There's only one way to find out.
So yeah, I think that's why you have to use dot equals, is because if you do that, it compares the references, like the object references or whatever.
And I think he's right. I think he is right.
Workspace there, so let's go up one more level.
Just want to see.
Workspace. Classic student issue. I know a ton of useless theory and not very much practical stuff.
Okay, this totally just worked though.
Really?
So boom. So I got printed. I don't know if there's like some weird overloader operator, weird something or other. I don't know. But really, I think maybe the only reason it works is because of scope. Maybe it's like compile time. It's like, oh, these are the same string. I'm just going to store them in the same place. Yeah, but that totally can't work because if I reassign G, then F would no longer be pointing to that. I'm not sure how that works. But maybe at compile time it figures that out. But the general thing to do is exactly what he said to do, which is you should be saying equals or equals ignore case, either one of these. I don't know if strings are just like, since they're built into the language, they have some sort of like special behavior. I don't know. That was a side Java lesson there. Okay, so let's move on. So we can do lists of stuff. So go us, right? We're just gonna save this in first activity, and let's actually real quick let's learn how to start other activities from an activity, right? So let's actually first we're gonna do some cool UI stuff. So let's change this to a relative layout. This is our first activity, XML. And let's look at how this breaks it first. See that? Everything gets drawn in the top left-hand corner, right? As soon as we change it to a relative layout. So let's do some cool stuff. So how about let's make the edit text. Let's make it Android layout to the right of. We're gonna make it to the right of the button. Let's just verify that that does what we think it does. So now the edit text is to the right of the button. I'll go back so you guys can see. And let's make the list view. Let's make the list view below edit text. So So guys, the only thing I changed was I changed linear layout to relative layout. And I made the edit text to the right of the button. And I made the list view below the edit text. So I'll wait for you guys to catch up there.
Question: is it some like naming convention that after like the first word you lay out in this instance or something, or I guess more like 2 or height or something after that, then the first letter of each word is capitalized? To call?
Yeah, it's kind of a convention. So it's called camel case, which kind of makes sense, right? Like at the beginning of each letter. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was noticing that. That seemed it was intentional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It just makes it easier to read, honestly. Okay, so if you got all of those changes, you'll see that now in the graphical layout, you have the button. To the right of the button is your edit text for adding stuff. How about we swap those so you don't have to reach out? Well, whatever. Never mind. I hate it when buttons are on the left-hand side of the screen because I always hold my hand on my right hand. And like the Samsung, like all the S3 or all the S phones are just like ginormous. So you have to like, I hate that. So. Well, I think I'm just gonna leave it because that's like not really that important right now. But what I am gonna do is we're gonna add a button to the bottom of the screen. Okay. And so button. Oops. Actually, I think it's important to note that if I had said lowercase button, I think this would compile. Yeah, it's totally fine with this. But at runtime, we would get an exception because when it goes to inflate this XML into all the Java classes, it would say, I don't know what a lowercase button is. Okay, it's just important to know that. I think you had that issue earlier where I don't remember what class it was. I don't remember, but yeah, it's I think the most frustrating one is the camel case classes, like relative layout. I could if you didn't hit shift when you hit L, it's a lowercase L. And you get a runtime. Oh, actually, this one happens to fail here. That's actually useful. But I've had it where that actually doesn't work. Oh, the reason that doesn't work is because this one is also. So this would totally work just fine. It's like, okay, yeah, relative layout, sure. But at runtime, it'd be like, what's a relative layout? And it's all because your L wasn't capitalized. Okay, so. Did I just lose my button? Okay, there we go. So capital button. I'm actually just gonna copy this button, and let's change the text. Let's say like let's call it main activity, and we'll even call the button main underscore activity. Sure. So we just have a button. Now, right now, if you go to the relative layout, you'll see it's just temporary at the top. Let's put it at the bottom. How do we do that? You just say Android, layout, align parent bottom. And it's just true or false. So I want true. Whoa. The only problem with this is our list view is actually up underneath our button. You'll see that our button's on top of the list view. So to fix that, we can, in our list view, we can say above. So Android layout above at ID. Did we give this an ID? Main activity. Yeah. They must have fixed this recently because it used to be you couldn't reference an ID if it wasn't declared before it in the XML file. But now it seems that, like, you notice I used app plus down here. There was a time not too long ago that you had to put the plus here, and you didn't have to put it anywhere else. These are the equivalent, or it works the same. It doesn't really matter which order you put it now, apparently. Anyway, now in graphical layout, you can see list view is below edit text and above main activity. You notice in this graphical layout, the button actually takes up more space than the edit text, so you get this kind of weird overlap here. Right? You can see how this overlaps the button. We could fix that. We'll get over it for right now. If you wanted to, though, you could nest a linear layout in here. Let's try it. Why not? So basically, this edit text and the button, those two views, right? If you look at the graphical layout, we really want the list view to be below both of them, right? So what you could do is wrap both of these in a linear layout. And we're just going to say match parent for that and wrap content for the height. And actually, Eclipse does some cool auto-completion. If you do the arrow like this, it automatically does the in tag for you. But we actually want this linear layout to go all the way around the button and the edit text, right? So you can put that there. The only difference is, actually I think this would probably break, yeah. You notice now it's like, what the heck is an edit text? It's almost like scope in an XML file. It doesn't know what this is because it's not in the relative layout that you can give directions to, right? So you actually want to give an ID to our linear layout. So I just say ID, we can just call it container. I don't know. Oh yeah, you got that. So instead of below edit text, we're below the container. And I suck at spelling Android. And now, if you look in the graphical layout, you'll see that this is below both the button and our edit text. We can actually get even fancy. Let's see how this is. Let's see how this is rendered. Actually, I wish it didn't automatically bring up the edit text. That's really annoying. I think there's a way to fix that. Let's Google it. Android edit text brings up turn off auto keyboard.
Yeah. Oh, I just didn't do this.
Yeah, so you did that.
Okay.
Or are you talking about
the most recent linear layout?
There you go.
Where did he?
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. I was just pointing out that, so I found it really annoying that whenever our activity started, it brought up the keyboard, right? It was like ready to type on the edit text. Turns out you can do two things. One, this is the programmatic way to hide and show the keyboard in Java. Like you can just do that in Java and it would hide it. But this says that when your activity starts, make sure everything's hidden, like the keyboard's hidden. So we can add this in our manifest if you guys want to. You don't have to. I was just annoyed by it. So if you go in the manifest, interactivity, you can go Windows soft inputs, tape, whatever. Don't worry about that. I was just annoyed by it. Okay, so I'm back to the XML. I know everybody's trying to copy. So if you're looking at this from an XML perspective, right, we have a relative layout. We want to group the edit text and the button up at the top and That way, we have this container thing, which we gave an ID, by the way. We can say that the list view is below the container and above our other button.
What was your solution for that? Where it couldn't find the edit text?
Couldn't find the edit text.
That I wrote. You just mentioned it.
Oh, right. You're talking about we had it below the edit text?
Yeah.
So what I did was I wrapped the edit text and the button in a linear layout, and I gave that linear layout an ID.
Okay.
I happen to call it container. So instead of saying I want the list view below the edit text, I want it below this container that is basically, I want it below the button and the edit text. But look at it graphically. So container is the button and the edit text. I wanted something to reference from the list view to say, I want this to be below all that mess, right? Since the button and the edit text could be like different heights, like if you said you were below one of them, it could like overlap one or the other. Does that make sense? So I just wrapped edit text and button in this linear layout, gave it an ID, and instead of saying list view is below edit text, you're below container.
For some reason, I keep having that layout above the ID / main activity problem where you have to still do the @ plus ID and find it there. Did you find out that you're still having that problem?
I didn't. I wonder if it's because, this is my theory anyway, I wonder if it's because I saved the file when I had the plus down below, so it added it to r.java, and maybe like internally there's just some like weird mess that like goes and looks. The only reason you get that arrow is, or that error is because it didn't know what that ID was yet. But I know this is a surefire way to make it work. You put the plus here, and you don't have to put it anywhere after that in the file. So. Cool.
Yeah, that seemed to work when I defined it first, saved it, and then I had the layout above after it had already been saved, and it seemed to...
Oh, really? Yeah, that's stupid is what that is. Okay. And then, I guess, just because I like making it look pretty, how about I want this button to be centered instead of on the far left? Okay. I've already said that I already said that I want that button to be at the bottom, right? That's how I got it there. But let's say we want it to be centered, like, in the center of the screen, but at the bottom. To do that, you also say, in addition to saying align parent bottom, you would say Android layout align. What is it? I'm sorry. It's center horizontal, I think, which is a Boolean. We'll find out real quick if it didn't move. That fixed it. You notice there's like this green dotted line that says that it's centered. But yeah. Layout center horizontal equals true. All of this has just been cosmetic to this point, but we did learn some stuff about layouts. Any questions about all this mess that I've been doing? Cool. So I'm just going to run this so we can see it on the device. Yeah. So we have our button, we have our edit text, and our list of stuff, which, by the way, since I added that thing to the activity, the keyboard didn't come up, which is nice. You also notice that the button comes up here whenever the keyboard comes up. You actually have to do some stupid hacky stuff in order to make it not do that. But if I press this a bunch, then I have, you notice our, oh, I forgot we had it clear. I was hoping that it would actually put stuff in there. We added this earlier to test some stuff, that it actually clears the edit text after you hit the add button. You guys don't have to do that. I'm actually going to overwrite that so I can see this stuff.
And that could be like designer preference because...
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, that's the wrong button. So now, okay, cool. If you hit the back button, the keyboard goes away. And now there's actually not enough elements in there for it to scroll. So cool. So we have all our buttons. So all this was kind of a setup for how do you navigate between activities. Okay, we have this other activity that honestly I forgot what it even did. I think we had our 3 text boxes in it, right? So we've been working in first activity. We have this other activity called main activity that we started out with that did a whole bunch of all this nonsense with fragments, but then ultimately added our fragment main XML file, right? So let's, in first activity, we have another button on the screen now that we don't have a handle on, right? We have this button which does add stuff to the list, right? I'm gonna rename this. You actually, this is kind of an Eclipse thing. If you right click and go to refactor rename, it'll go through anywhere that references that variable and rename it. So like if I hit rename, now I can call this, let's call it list button, right? Hit enter, and now everywhere that was referring to that is called this button. Anybody still hung up on the XML? I need to go back to it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do. I really zipped through that, so I apologize.
Right after I tried, I added something with the buttons. This showed up, and I thought it was because last time I moved it up, but it didn't fix anything. Then that happened too.
Okay, missing that. For starters. I should fix that. Oh wow, I fixed both of them.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of times, like, there's probably like a leftover bug from before you didn't save after you fixed the lower bug, but then you introduced a completely different syntax error, so I just had no idea what to do.
Okay.
So,
Something that
So I added all the
done here somewhere. I think it's
stuff over here.
maybe, but
This
something in the XML keeps crashing.
yeah, you're missing. So you see how around the button
Is it throwing
annotates,
any
there's a linear line
errors
before
for you?
and after.
No.
You're missing the stuff.
No. All the errors will pop up.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
So it's whenever you add something, but this method won't show. It won't move this until.
Trust me.
So yeah, what's the error there? It's not throwing an error. It's just like
you just
builds successfully and then starts to open here and then just crashes. So, but I mean, it's something related to this button, I think. So I would cut it. So now that
There you go.
problem.
Copy paste masters.
So So was it just a plus sign, or did you just one of those? I think I gotcha. Oh, is it a relative layout? Yeah, so that. So yeah, if it was inside the. Something in here that I added in the XML is causing the app to crash every time I try to open it.
We're using Android Studio. That's cool. You like it?
Well, this is the NetBeans.
Oh, this is NetBeans. Not
Yeah,
Android
with
Studio.
the Android plugin. I actually like it a lot.
What's up?
Something in my XML somewhere is causing it to crash every single time I open it. And I took back out that.
What you looking for?
That above.
That computer working
Yeah,
on it?
because that's supposed to be that above the main activity button.
Oh, really? Or?
Yeah, below and above.
You have to move the line that you deleted.
Thank you.
I believe
reading through all this?
Do you want to like compare it to
I
this?
think
or
so.
this
You got it.
Have you done anything since then?
No.
Okay, cool.
No, this is just like set up so we can hit this main activity button. Do
Okay.
Yeah, I still got everything out there now.
Why move thing when he's waiting? It makes it easier to see.
Good.
There's nothing in the
Still
fridge.
no good? Or did you figure it out? I like crashes.
No hard
I
cooking.
can fix crashes. You don't have DDMS though. So you don't have any way to hit Logcat with this? Oh yeah, you do. It comes with your SDK.
Okay.
It's like a standalone program.
Okay.
So wherever you unzip your SDK, you can go get it from there. Not in there. Like you have to navigate to it. It's a program inside the folder.
15 minutes later.
So
Oh,
everything. I think it's in
There's
Try Tools.
two files. I need to catch
It's
up.
called Monitor.
And still the emulator and everything is running okay on your laptop?
I've not been able to test the emulator again, but the IDE is working. So
There we go. Yeah, I sometimes where I work, sometimes I actually don't use Eclipse to do the to do development, but I still use this program to hook up the Logcat. So like this will see your emulator. Say okay. Seems to be working. Honestly.
Take those last
Clicky
away.
on the
Because
code.
yeah, because it's closed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
So somewhere ClassCast edit text. So it's in Java.
She has a big hand.
So your edit text.
What?
It's
Is
called
it the one where they're all colors? I mean, flavors.
here.
It has a big handle on it. The hockey puck mouse.
Okay, do a clean. Can you like
It's-
clean your project
It looks like one of those old big
somehow?
I
has
actually
like everything in
Sure.
the back.
sure what that is.
Oh yeah.
So
Integrated CRT.
it's
Clean and go.
Okay.
that can be
What does that
hopefully
do?
in that
So
I have gone
I think your R.Java was mucked up, and
Oh,
The-
okay.
whatever integer that was your edit text
I mean,
title or
Microsoft,
your edit text ID pointed to like some other view,
Okay.
and then you were casting it to an edit text, and it was like, you can't do that.
Okay.
So did you get to run it? I think you built a beat and run it. I think. I would love to be wrong.
What did you do in the first activity? Java.
So after doing installs on Mac,
That's what I want
Linux,
to do.
and Windows,
I've done all this. I've done
It's the
this.
same
doing
thing.
this apt-get
I got
on any other
Oh,
platform
yeah.
is like you
Right
just
is-
apt-get drop in JDK7.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
And then you did something on the
When
main
you plug in like a device, and it's like,
and
you don't need a driver fix this. I can figure this out.
So that was an interesting kind of crappy bug that he just had to go through. Sometimes Eclipse or NetBeans doesn't do its job, and it doesn't regenerate r.java. Okay, but that could still happen. All the IDs are in there, but it's not pointed to the right numbers or whatever. And what will happen is, like, you tried to grab a reference to one of your views in your XML, but it's actually pointing to some other view. And then you go cast it to the view you thought it was. Like, say, in his instance, he was grabbing the edit text and casting it to an edit text, right? Well, he got a runtime exception that was like, that ain't an edit text. I'm going to die now, okay? And all he had to do was clean his project. In Eclipse, what you do is you go to project, you guessed it, clean. And his, it was somewhere else. I think it was under run. I think that's where it was.
Run.
Yeah.
Clean and build.
Yeah. And basically all this does is it deletes your current r.java and regenerates it. Okay. It also does some other Java stuff, but those are the big things. And that's how he fixed the bug. That's probably one of the most frustrating bugs actually possible. I probably just saved you like 2 hours of looking at Stack Overflow, and they're like, "Did you try cleaning?" Honestly, like that's the answer like half the time. Whenever there's some weird thing going on with find view by ID, just clean your project. So, lesson learned for everybody.
You guys doing pretty well. Do you want to take a quick break? We got about an hour left to go, or everyone's still rolling? We can just keep rolling straight on.
I mean, I'm good, but if anybody else wants to take a break, it's cool.
More Android?
On the Android.
More Android. All right, keep rolling.
All right, sweet.
Good output show this one.
Can I, what?
Check out this one.
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
I probably can't answer your question.
Joe likes them all taken care of. We're just trying to figure out what happened on Joe.
You just need to see the file.
Your first activity?
This text.
All right, is that the right section?
Scroll down, I think. Okay, maybe back up. Any of that look newbie? If that's not, I quit.
You're looking-
That's new. Actually,
Are you looking for first activity or is it a different file?
I would think it's first activity.
I think it's first.
Okay.
I'll just look through it to see if it's
Okay.
It's matching up. Alright. I don't know if that fixes it though. Yep, I fixed it. That was just not useful. Oh, and that fixed it. Oh, well, that works. You still got problems over here, though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, just like, you can go ahead and spot that one.
So there's that list one.
Yeah, you change that to the word final.
Final space.
With the capital.
No, lowercase. So, yeah, just
Space.
Okay, that clears it up. I think he may have done something in the main.
Yeah, it should work.
But I'm not sure.
Anybody else doing anything?
We're just a little behind. What all did you do after you edited the XML?
I haven't yet.
So you edited the XML and then you changed it to list button. That's it. The variable name to list button.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that's all I've done. The only reason I renamed this was yeah. No. The only reason I renamed this is because I wanted to get a different button. I figured we didn't want to call it button 2 or whatever. So, cool. Yeah. So let's create another button. Remember, just graphically helps me sometimes to look. So this is list button, and down here is going to be our main activity button. So let's do that. So we're just going to say new button. We'll call it I don't know, main activity button. That's a really long name. Screw that. Let's do like MA button. Okay. And we know how to do this by now, right? We cast to a button, find view by ID.
What's it gonna do since you did BUTTUN? How's that gonna make things different?
BUTTON?
No, UN after the.
Oh,
and
wow. How did I do that?
So
I'll get to that in 1 second.
I can't conceptualize yet what it would do. So.
Okay. And we called this main activity, I believe. So to answer your question, it doesn't matter at all. It's a variable name. I could call this cats. I could call this bunnies. We can call it whatever we want. It's just a variable name. So it's just something that we can refer to it in the scope of this function. So I'm going to put it back to MA button.
But then when you reference it later on.
Yeah, it only matters when you go to use it, right? So I guess you're right. If all you guys are kind of like just like mindlessly copying right now, I'm gonna refix the spelling there. So it's MA button. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to give it an on-click listener, which we already know how to do. So we say MA button dot set on click listener. You know, and also guys, if you want to start like getting used to using the autocomplete, like once I get this far, whatever's selected, if I hit enter, it's just gonna autocomplete. So I get the whole shebang. For new, now we can do new on click listener. Open close parentheses. I'm just copying this from above, is right. And curly bracket, hit enter, and it'll do the auto indent stuff. Now we could do two things. We could mouse over on click listener and say, oh, I want to add unimplemented methods. There's also, for those of you interested, there's a pretty cool shortcut key. I think it's Control Space on Windows. And I guess it's the same thing on Mac. Yeah. And it basically gives you, here's some methods that you could override. On click is one of them. You just hit enter. It adds it. But you could do the same thing we did on the other one, which is just mouse over on click listener and say add unimplemented methods, and it fixes it. So cool. All right. So let's do a log statement. Actually, let's do a different kind of log statement. One that you've probably seen before, but you don't realize it. We're going to use this class called Toast. And if you say dot, it has a method called makeText. And all it does is it puts this little box at the bottom over your app and displays some text. So instead of it going to like logcat where nobody sees it, this is like a message you could display to a user. Right? The first variable is a context, and in that case we want to actually pass first activity dot this. Second parameter is the message you want to say. So if I hit tab, it'll go to the next one. And I'm just going to say clicked. I don't know. And the last parameter is a duration, which is a little less flexible than you think it is. It expects one of two values, and if you say toast dot, it has two values. There's length long and length short. So I'm just going to say short so it's not up there forever. And if not, to make it a little more confusing, this doesn't do anything until you say dot show at the end. Okay? So what this is going to do is it's going to make this text object, and then it's going to show it. I know you guys are still copying, so you can see the finished product. If I can move this out of the way. Can't really move it completely out of the way. But if I click the button, this guy comes up. And they just recently in KitKat restyled those. They look kind of cool. They have like a different font, and it's like, what's that?
It's that one new Android update too.
No, that's what I mean. KitKat, like 4.4 is the latest Android update, and they just recently made it look like this. I think it looks pretty cool. So I'll go back so you guys can see it. But so you can probably understand, like it's a nice, like unintrusive way to display a message to the user, right? Like if you like lost connection or you just connected to something or whatever, it's a nice place to be like, hey, this just happened. Go about your business. Kind of deal. So. Cool. So that was just a sanity check to show that this button does something, right? We know our top button will add stuff to our list, right? I'll go back so I can see the whole thing. We have our list. And the bottom button for right now just says I got clicked, right?
And you can't specify the time length that's up there. Why would you do that?
So you just get two options. It's either display it for a short amount of time or display it for a long amount of time. I guess it's just kind of like a design standard so that Google gets to control how long it's up there. You can't just be like, display a message for an hour. Because it's not, I think it's basically to stop people from using it for a purpose it wasn't intended for.
Like advertisements or something?
Yeah. because they actually persist like after your activity dies too. Or like I think. Yeah, I think so. And you can do it from like a background thread or something too. So I think
So yeah,
as long as your activity is still like valid. Yeah. Cool. So all of this was set up so that we can make this button go to another activity, right? This is first activity, what you're looking at, right? And we know we have main activity. So the question is, how do you go from activity to activity, right? And that's what we're going to put inside this button. So instead of saying clicked, I'm just going to delete that. If you guys want to just comment it out, or if you want to learn what the hell a comment is, if you just put / in front of a line, it basically says this code does not get executed. In fact, it's just text in the file. So I could put human readable stuff like, this is how to display text and stuff, right? This doesn't get executed. It's not Java. But it is nice to help someone understand what this code does or whatever, right? But I just commented out so that if you guys did want to go back and like reuse that, you'd have an example of doing it.
Oops.
That's cool.
PlayStation turned on.
Nice. Okay, so how do we start an activity? There's these cool things called intents, and it's actually, I think, what makes Android superior to iOS, to be honest. Okay, we can say intent equals new intent, right? And I believe this. I'm going to import intent real quick. I think that's valid, but this doesn't really do much. This is just an object, okay? But what we can do is we can pass this intent some parameters. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say, the first parameter is actually the context that we're currently in. So that is, that's first activity. First activity dot this. Okay. The second parameter is the type of activity you want to start. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say main activity dot class. We're almost done. It's pretty easy to start up a new activity. Activities have a method called start activity, and you hand it, you guessed it, an intent. So all we have to do now is just say start activity and hand it our intent that we just created. So this says, hey operating system, I'd like to start up an activity that's called main activity.class, or it's called main activity, right? And it knows what it is because it's in our app. We don't have to import this because it's in the same package, right? So,
how would you pass like an argument into the new activity? Like if you're keeping track of a score and you're on like your home screen and you have your high score, and you start the game and you still want to see what your high score is, like in the top right hand corner. How do you pass that that value into the new activity?
Yeah, sure. That's another cool thing about intents is that actually this very intent, after you create it, it has a method called put extra, and it's basically a whole bunch of name value pairs. So like you can say, I can say high score and give it a value of 100, right? So So that just is kind of sort of like bundled in with this intent, and then in the onCreate of whatever activity you're creating, you can get this information out.
So then high score becomes a variable in the other activity with a value of 100.
Yes, I mean, it's not just called high score. You have to grab it from the intent that was used to create that activity. I'll show you in just a second. So for right now, that intent is in there. It doesn't do anything right now, but that is stuffed in there. So if we run this now, I'm going to pull up DDMS just in case I totally broke something. But now when I hit main activity, it opens up our other activity, our main activity, right? And what's cool is actually, say I wanted to go back to the last activity. It's still there. If I hit back, it comes right back to where we were. I could keep doing this. Go into main activity or create a new main activity and then finish that activity and go back, right? Basically, the back button by default has some functionality, and it is whatever current activity you're in, finish it, and then go back to the one you were in. If this is the first activity, if I hit the back button right now, then I go all the way back to wherever I came from, which was probably the app screen or the home screen. Yeah. So like that finishes our whole app because there wasn't anything before that time, right? But if I go back in, now I'm ready to start another activity, main activity, hit back, takes me right back. Cool? Yeah. So to answer your stuff, Nick, so we put our high score in this intent that we use to create the activity, right? I'm going to clean up here. I'm just going to close the other ones. Okay. I'm going to open up main activity. So this is the activity we're starting, right? This is the one we kind of got for free by creating a new project, which does a whole bunch of stuff. But what's important is in the onCreate, this gets called because of our intent. Well, activities have a method called getIntent, right? And from that intent, you can grab the extras that you got. So it has a method called getExtras. And it's of type bundle. I usually just call this params. But basically, inside this bundle object is our high score. It's all the name value pairs that we stuffed into it before we started the activity, right? So now, granted, this can return null though. That's important to note. So you can't just haphazardly like say params dot. You can't do that. It probably would be a good idea to say if params not equal null. Then do some stuff. That way it kind of makes it like an optional parameter to your activity, right? But in order to get it out, all we have to do is there are a whole bunch of methods that are get different name value pairs out of here. We stuffed in an integer, so we probably want to get an integer out, and I believe there's a get int, yeah. And then you just hand it the name of the thing that you stored in there. So I think it was high score, right? And hey, why not toast it? Cheers. I'm actually going to store that in a variable, right? But yeah. So if I wanted to say high score, let's say high score. Now I copied this in here. You'll notice that first activity.this is barfing because this is not first activity anymore, right? We're not in Kansas anymore. This is main activity. And in fact, we don't even have to, in this particular case, say main activity.this. We could just say this.
What does the this command do?
Yeah, so in object-oriented programming, there's usually some sort of concept of self. They're not like self-aware or anything, but
Not yet.
you not yet. But you have some kind of keyword to refer to yourself, right? Some actually say that this is actually called self. Like I think Smalltalk is a language that does that, for instance, which is one of like the first like popular object-oriented programming languages, right? This somewhere, I don't know who started that, probably C++ or something, right? Java and C++ look a lot alike. But yeah, the reason in other cases I've had to say something like first activity.this is actually because the context in which I was using it. Inside here, I said first activity.this when we created the intent, because the first parameter is supposed to be a context, and first activity is a context. Well, if I said this in this context, I'm actually referring to this instance of onClickListener, right? So, if in fact, you would see that if I got rid of this, intent would be pretty upset about things because it says there is no constructor for intent that expects a onClickListener as the first argument, right? But and that's why I had to say first activity.this, because it's sort of like gives you a little more which this are you talking about kind of thing, right? Whereas in main activity, since I'm not the only class I'm inside of at this point in the code is main activity, so it just understands that that's what it means. So if we did our job right, then when it comes time to start the main activity, it's going to find the high score that we stuffed in to the intent whenever we booted it up. So let's see if that's the case. So we hit main activity, and high score is 100. Sweet, right? It'll do that every time. So a variable that we had in the context of first activity made its way all the way to main activity, and we printed it out whenever we booted up, or in onCreate. Sweet. Okay. So we have a few directions we could go for this last 50 minutes that we got here. One is we could do some sort of like freestyle thing. Like if you really are interested in like working on this one thing, like you could just like whore me out for like 10 minutes at a time, and I could walk around and help everybody sort of go in that direction. Or we could obviously or we could pick sort of from a handful of things that that I think I may still have that list up. It's on. Let me find that actually. Yeah. It's on. Is that what this is?
I couldn't remember your GitHub profile, but yeah, that's what it was starting to be.
Where do you get the gists? Or can you?
Can I give you a gist on GitHub?
Your gists.
Those are
This
my
is
gists.
you.
But if you go to same thing, you don't actually have to sign out.
Hup,
You
hup.
go back. It should be a public gist. You just sort of make such at the end of that URL.
Nice. This guy. Okay, cool. So, I don't know what I said. Okay. Okay. There is a link to this gist, I believe, on the website, right?
Should be. If not, there can't
If
be.
not, just go to gist.github.com/ChrisDashAllen. That's fine. So some of these are a little too involved for 50 minutes, and so I just wanted to have links to them because I thought that some of these were things that that everybody would kind of want to look into, like Google Maps, for instance. The the integration part of Google Maps is pretty easy on the Android app side of things. But the one thing you have to do, which I'm sure they go over in this tutorial, is, well, apparently it doesn't follow links. Well, that's bogus. Really? Oh, I just didn't click it right. Okay. But the main thing that you have to do that I didn't really want to go over in this is this part, which you have to generate sort of like an API key in order to integrate Google Maps into your app. It's basically so that anytime your app asks for map tiles or whatever, it says, I'm the person asking for these tiles. It's really just there so they can like cut you off if too many people are asking for tiles. But yeah. So there's some commands that you have to run on a file in your on a folder or on a file in your system, and I really just don't think it's worth our time to try to go through all this today. But overall, like integrating a Google Map is pretty easy. The code, anyway, is like this is it. Like you're done, right? Inside the code, however, like you have to do a little more stuff if you want to like interact with the map. But overall, it's pretty easy. And then there's also some stuff in here about using databases, and this link is actually really useful. It's just like a whole bunch of different tutorials to do with just different Android concepts, right? One thing that we haven't talked about yet, which I think we might actually spend the rest of the time talking about, is fragments. So there's some stuff in here. And then just some other menial tasks that sound menial, but you have to go do the work, right? Like file and network access and stuff like that. So like interacting with the web and junk. So, and then I think the last thing that I have in here are just like useful libraries. One of them we might actually integrate before the end of the day, which is this universal image loader. I followed this guy from the beginning. This guy's library is it's good, and it used to be crap, but it used to be the only solution there was, and it's very nice now. It's really robust, so we might get a chance to use that before the end of the day. Yeah, this is my own concoction, but I think it's not really necessary for us to get into that today. It's just a bunch of stuff that I've written, that like tools that I've used over and over, but it's kind of to deal more with network stuff. Like apps are really only useful if they have data in them, turns out, and you get that data from the internet. So there's just a few tools in there of my own. So we could, I think I just pigeonholed us into doing something rather than giving you the option. So sorry. Because the other thing that we could do is Google Maps, but I don't think we want to do that today. But you do have a resource for that. So if you guys ever want to look up this, it's just github.com/Chris-Allen, and then go to my gists. Cool. All right. What are these? Oh. Okay. Cool. So I think the last thing I want to be able to do, so we talked about activities and switching between activities, right? A lot of times, though, you've seen apps that have like tabs, right? So it's just like one activity. You don't really go anywhere, but you have multiple tabs in there. You can switch between them. The solution there is actually a different sort of animal. Instead of activities, you use this thing called fragments. And they both kind of serve sort of the same purpose. Like activities, right? Think of an activity in terms of like a desktop machine. Like think of it like a window. It's just a window, and you can put views inside it, right? Fragments are kind of the same thing, but they're a little less heavyweight, right? You can have multiple fragments within an activity, right? But they kind of live on their own. Is all. So
is the analogy almost like having multiple workbooks in one Excel window? Maybe.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, if you like on a tablet, they really got introduced when tablets were became a big thing. But you know how like on tablets when you go to settings, there's like well, it's sort of like this. There's like a navigation pane on the left, and then there's like this area like changes based on the navigation. Fragment, right? So it's just kind of like, I don't know, a grouping of views, right? You could accomplish it all with just views, but it's nice because little organizational reasons, okay? So, plus now it's pretty much, you have to use fragments if you want to do tabs, okay? So that's why it's good to know about them, right? And you noticed the code that we got for free with main activity used these things called fragments. So what it did was it added a fragment that was their own concoction. The same way we had a subclass of activities, they had a subclass of fragments. So placeholder fragment, in this case, extends fragment. And in its onCreate view, it goes and grabs the XML that we were tweaking at the very beginning, right? So, if we wanted to do tabs, we do a little more than that. Do we want to do it in here? I don't know. Tell you what, let's take like 5. Let's take 5, grab a drink of water, go use the bathroom or whatever, and then I'll get sorted out here so that I'm ready to go, and then we'll pick it up. Sound good? Cool. So stretch your legs, do whatever.
There's one more water there. You don't want the water.
Okay. So, alright. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start a new activity. Okay, so that we can sort of demonstrate the whole fragment nonsense. Okay? So, if you, let's see, I don't know what I did in here. I'm just gonna nix this. Okay, so all I did was I went to our package over here. I right-clicked it, went to New Class, and I just called it Tab Activity, right? And it resulted in this empty file here. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to extend fragment activity. Okay. And import that guy. Okay, I'm actually going to go copy our onCreate from somebody else about main activity. Remember these 3 lines that happen everywhere? And what we're going to do is let's actually yoink the content view from actually before we do that, I'm going to steal this guy's layout. Yeah. So we're actually going to learn a new view called a view pager. And you'll see the code here in just a second. Let's create a new XML file. So if you go into your resources in the layout folder, you right-click the layout folder, go to new Android XML file. We've done this a few times by now, right? Let's give it a name. Let's call it tab_activity. Okay. And that created our XML. We'll go over to the XML. And now, instead of a linear layout, we're just going to have one view in this whole thing. And I'm even going to nix this. You can just replace that with /arrow, right? Instead of a linear layout, we actually have this long name. I'm going to copy it from over here. It's android.support.v4.view.viewpager. And this orientation thing doesn't make much sense in this context, so I'm just going to nix it as well. So we really only have just this one view in the XML. Let's give it an ID. We'll just call it, how about pager? Okay. Cool. I'm going to copy this actually from another app. So, view pager. Here we go. So we're going to go back to our tab activity here. Now it's complaining that, like, dude, you need to set the content view. We're going to set this to our tab activity XML we just created. So we say r.layout.tab activity. All right, and I'm gonna copy and paste here 3 new variables for our whole class, our global in our class, right? A view pager, this adapter thingy, and our action bar. And I'm gonna Command Shift O these so that it auto imports these. And I believe we're just gonna do this regular action bar guy, not the support version. And it doesn't know what my pager adapter is because we haven't created it yet. Okay. And I think I'm actually gonna run through the initial setup of this fairly quick so I can talk while we're explaining it. So I'm gonna actually copy my pager adapter as well. Whoops. Wow, I'm failing at copying and pasting.
The Android app action bar, not the Android.support.
Yes, I think so, yeah. Okay, and then down below here, I just kind of copied and pasted this here, okay? I'm not using the support versions, okay? And this is complaining because it doesn't know what that is. Oh, turns out we did want the support versions of those.
So how do we change that then?
If you just undo after you did the import, and then hit Control-Shift-O again, we do want the support versions of these. That's my bad. I forgot. Right, there we go. Okay. And now you see down here that we have all these. These are just leftover copy and paste. What I'm actually going to do here is, I think I'm just going to always return first fragment, or let's actually just always return something called my fragment. Okay. So we've heard the word adapter before, right? This is not, however, a base adapter. This is some other kind of adapter. In fact, it's a fragment pager adapter. Okay, so the difference here is that instead of having a get view and a get count, we still have the get count, how many things should be in this adapter, but there's not a get view, it's just replaced with a get item, and you're supposed to return the fragment for that index in the list, right? Cool. So let's go create my fragment. It's going to be a pretty simple class, but let's just create it in our base package here. So I'm going to right click, say new, class. Call it my fragment. And as you might guess, this class is going to extend fragment. And when I go to import it, we want the support version, which I corrected myself. And yeah, so we'll get to the how this thing works in just a second. But I'll go back so you can copy tab activity. All this is really doing is setting the content view to our XML, and it defines our pager adapter. Now remember, in our XML, we have one view, and it's our pager adapter. So we can go ahead and grab a reference to that if we want to. So in onCreate, we would say, remember we have these three variables that we have up here. We can just say viewPager equals, we're going to cast it to viewPager, and call find view by ID. And I believe the ID we gave it was pager. So this just grabs reference to our view pager. And just so you guys know, I will have our own version of a Sandbox app up on GitHub after this. So like if you guys ever want to go back and look at it, you'll have something to look at, right? Cool. Okay, so the same way we did with the list view, with the view pager, it only knows how to draw stuff if it has an adapter, right? So it has a method called setAdapter, just like a list view did. So actually, before we set it though, let's get a new instance of our adapter and stuff it in this global variable called imAdapter. So we'll say imAdapter equals new my pager adapter. And we have to actually give it an argument that's called a fragment manager. We'll get to that in just a second. And then view pager, we're going to call set adapter with our adapter. Kind of forgot how to get that actually. I'm going to go steal it real quick. There we go. Alright, I'm back. The thing you want to pass to my pager adapter is this function call. Fragment activities have this function called get support fragment manager. That's the thing that you have to pass to pager adapter. Cool. So what this should do is grab a reference to our view pager that's in our XML, and then create a new pager adapter and set the adapter for that view pager to our pager. What did that pager adapter do? It says there should be 3 things in there, and each thing in there should be an instance of whatever my fragment is. Okay? Which we haven't really finished yet, but it's a class, and we're going to go fill it out in a second. Cool. Alright, so get rid of all the junk there. So let's go into my fragment real quick and give it some innards. Okay? Really, there is one thing that fragments have to do, and it's kind of clunky, but you have to have what's called a constructor. And basically, it's the code that gets called whenever you instantiate the object. And all you have to do, it has to be an empty constructor, like no arguments are passed to it. So you just say public, my fragment, and that's it. Nothing happens in it. Okay, well, there's one other thing we have to do in a fragment. And I'm going to go copy that as well. There's a method called onCreateView. Okay, and its job is to return the view that should get stuffed into this fragment. Okay. So this is going to be the first time that I guess we could inflate some. You know what? Let's do that later. Yeah, let's do that later. Let's manually create one of our linear layouts. We know how to do that. So we just say linear layout view equals new linear layout. Are you in charge of adding it in here? Yep. Okay, that's fine. Let's grab a context because it's going to happen. We're going to use it a few times. And one crappy thing about fragments is you actually don't directly have a context, but you can actually grab it from this this layout inflator guy. So I'm gonna hit Control-Shift though and import everything, right? And from the inflator, I'm going to say get context. With that context, I'll pass it to the linear layout so that I can create a new one. Cool. The thing it's complaining about right now, if you mouse over, it says this method must return a result of type view. Well, we're creating view, but we're not returning it. So the view that we just created, we gotta return it. And now I believe it's happy. Cool. Now, this won't be very interesting though, because it's just an empty linear layout. So let's give it a background color. Let's actually it's kind of involved, but let's just be simple for right now and say view dot set background color, and there's actually a class called color, and it has a whole bunch of colors already in it. So if you just say color dot, you could just pick one. How about cayenne? Sounds like a girl's name.
It's a girl color.
Yeah. Or am I even pronouncing it right? There's cayenne pepper. Yeah, I'm an idiot. There's cayenne pepper, which is probably not spelled the same, I'm guessing.
CAYENNE.
There's a whole bunch of more E's in there than I thought there would be.
It's the French.
So, I have a question. What happens if like you lose the autocomplete like tooltip thing? You just have to erase and start over again? Or
I actually only learned this like less than a year ago, and I've been using Eclipse for a really long time. What you can do is, so like I used to always just backspace and hit dot again. But if you say B and then like accidentally hit escape or something, you can do control space, and it re-auto-completes from wherever you are. Yeah. I think that guy taught me that, actually. Yeah. I'm going to go back to cayenne. Cyan. Okay, cool. So all this does is just fill our fragment with a big old linear layout whose background color is cyan. Okay? So in theory, we have an activity that does something right now. I'll go back. I'll keep tab activity up for a while. If anybody is close to trying to finish it, I understand if you're behind. Okay. But the one thing that we do need to do is the app has no idea about our tab activity, right? And the way to fix that is in the Android manifest. So remember, that's where we went to go add first activity. Well, it's also where we need to add tab activity. So I'm actually just going to copy our main activity here. Instead of main activity, I'm going to say tab activity. And for quickness sake, I'm actually going to move our intent filter guy that says this activity is the one that should boot up when the app starts. I'm going to move it to our tab activity. If you want to, since first activity first activity doesn't do anything with tab activity or vice versa, you could have just renamed first activity to tab activity. So that works too, since we're not using first activity at all. Okay, so we run this, possibly we get a big blue screen. Where is my emulator? I say blue, sorry, cyan. Okay, and you actually have no idea that anything's going on in here because everything's cayenne. Cyan. What is wrong with you? Okay, so let's actually do some fancy stuff in our my fragment. Our my fragment. And instead of setting the background color to cyan, let's set it to better yet. Instead of a linear layout, let's make this a text view. So you have to change the linear layout to text view as well. Import that guy. Background color is still cyan, but since it's a text view now, we can do set text. And we have no way of doing that. That's just great. I'm going to do what my original plan was anyway. So we're going back to linear layout. Just hit undo. we're going to create this thing called a random object. We'll just call it R. If you're ever interested in how to get random numbers in Java, this is how you do it. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to create a random color. So let's say int, wow, that was a really bad name. Let's call this random. Okay. Let's say R equals random dot get next int and hand it 255, or I guess 256. Yeah. We're going to do that for red, green, and blue. I believe color has something, not parse color. What is it? AR, yeah, there it is. It's called ARGB. And that will give us a random color. So each time we call this next int thing, we're getting a random number between 0 and 256. Storing that in R, then G, then B, and then we create a new color with those random values. And we're going to use that as the background color for our linear layout. So I'm going to say view.set background color to that mess. Oh, I didn't say color. Alright, I want to give this puppy a whirl. So you might see some things with our view pager that we didn't realize were there before. So there's our first random color. But if I put my cursor down and drag to the right, you'll notice that there's some other junk here. It also got stuck and may or may not be crashing right now. Or this thing's just not updating. Seriously, bro? Dude, Nick, your laptop blows.
Didn't get the 8 gig RAM upgrade.
Yeah. I don't understand. The FPS is like super good out here. Am I missing something? Oh, it just works like butter this time?
Just once.
Yeah, what the heck? Am I missing something? Oh, what's that? What are you doing? Oh, it was crashing. It was definitely crashing. Say what? I can't tell if that's because the device blew up or if it's our fault.
That's supposed to be 256 on view.set.
No, so this gets a random value from 0 to 255. Mm-hmm. And this expects values from 0 to 255. Right, so, yeah. I don't understand why it's like butter out here. Oh, okay, it's the first time it's done this. It's not just our app. It's just the emulator sucking. You guys that, oh, you probably didn't actually get it to run on there.
Is there a device to try on?
Well, I mean, we could. Wow, when I hit home, it's totally fine.
My phone?
Okay, it works now.
Okay.
You also notice that the color when you go back to it is different each time. It just randomly stops working, and it's not just the app; it's like the whole shebang. Yeah, I believe you. Do you have USB on this tiny little thing?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
USB 3. Not that I've ever actually used it for anything.
Hello world. Whoa, that was. They're sentient. Watch out. Let's see if it shows up. Oh yeah. Where'd you get this device?
My buddy brought it last week.
I know a guy.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So I swear it does this, but you'll notice that what a view pager does is just that. It pages views. The difference here, though, you notice that each time you go to that page of the view pager, you get a new My Fragment. It's actually why it's really important that you create this empty constructor, because it calls that a bunch. So
Doesn't it keep kind of the same color to start with though, and you just scroll to one side or the other and same colors?
So what it actually does, you notice, like, I'm on the far left right now, okay? If I go to one to the right, we got purple and we got blue, right? If I go back to the left, I actually get the same blue. But if I go all the way to the right, if I go any more than one away from any given page, it gets reinstantiated.
Okay.
So this is the middle is still purple. I go all the way here, it's teal. I go back, still purple. I go all the way to the left, it was something. I don't know.
Maybe like dark
Now it's
blue. Maybe.
yeah. So it's green that time. This is a different color this time. You also notice that the center one has stayed the same the whole time, because you can never go more than 2 away from the middle. Right?
Why is that?
Why is that? It's basically, it's trying to just, oh, that's fun. If you never actually go to either one of these, then they stay the same. But it's doing that so that you don't have to keep a fragment sitting around in memory forever and ever and ever, right? Basically, and it can reliably, smoothly, once you get over here, it knows that the one that's two away, you can't actually view until you successfully swipe to the middle. So it's like, all right, we can throw that one away, right?
And it limits it to 3. Like, can you change that limit or?
So the whole throwing away of fragments is kind of up to the operating system, but however many fragments you want to put in here is up to you. That's what your adapter's for, right? We could just as easily change wrong activity. We could just as easily change our adapter to put in, 6 of these.
Okay, that's what we're
And then once it reboots, we'll notice that the first one is kind of greenish. Second one is kind of maroonish. Once I go 2 away from the maroon one and come back, it's no longer maroon. Okay, so I'm just kind of paging through random colors right now. Not a big deal. Yeah. So each of these is its own fragment, right? We can treat fragments just like activities in that we can put XML into them if we wanted to. We can put views into them. It's the same thing. Right now, we're just hard coding it to say, give me a new linear layout and give it a random color, right? You're handed this inflator thing, and that was kind of one of the last things I wanted to go over, was that you can, if you want to, inflate XML in Java, right? So let's say we had a new XML file. You guys don't have to do this. I just want to show you this. But let's just say this is my fragment, right? So this is a new XML file that happens to give us a linear layout by default. I could put some text in here if I wanted to, right? Layout width. Oh. I didn't do it. I'm done. I have no idea what you said. I think it heard what I said about sentient. It's like, got my eye on you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna put some text in here. Text equals text. So this guy just puts up there. Let's actually center this guy. There's one thing we haven't talked about. We figured out how to center stuff in a relative layout, but inside linear layouts, you can actually do it as well. It's just a different way. Linear layouts can say that gravity equals center, and stuff that you put into it just automatically gets centered. So inside the graphical layout, you'll notice that the text is centered as well. If I had another one of these, they would just kind of, it would abide by linear layout rules, which in this case would put them side by side, but it would center everything, right? It has two texts now. So I just wanted to put that in the center there. So now, the whole point of this was so that in my fragment, rather than creating a new linear layout with a random color, how about we keep the random color? But instead of just saying linear layout equals new linear layout, we're going to say inflator.inflate. And it expects two things. The resource, as in the layout that you want to inflate, and then the last one is this view group thing, which you're actually handed, which is the container up above. So I'm going to say, all right, layout dot, what was it called? My fragment? Yeah. And the root's going to be container. Okay. And I'm actually going to change this to a generic view. It really doesn't matter, but that would work though. I could cast this as a linear layout because, and only because, the root of this XML file, my fragment, is, in fact, a linear layout. If it wasn't, and I casted it to like a relative layout or something, you'd have a bad time because you'd get a class cast exception, right? But it's pretty safe to just inflate it into a generic view because you're pretty much guaranteed that that's what you're going to get, right? Yeah. So now what this does is it inflates our XML that has a text view in it that says text. But then after it grabs that, it actually goes and gives it a random background color. Heck, we could even grab our image if we wanted to. How do we do that? It was in first activity?
I think it's under resources.
Oh, I think we actually got rid of that a long time ago now that I think about it. Well, yeah, but I mean the image view. So we could put it here. Heck, we could put it right next to it. Let's do Android. Whoa. Home keys for the win. Orientation. Vertical. We can add our image view in here too. Just gonna copy this. Give it the source of ICE launcher. Just check the graphical layout. So there's our icon and our little text down below. This is some text. And in my fragment, this is still oblivious to that, right? That's the cool thing is you basically are just saying, hey, the XML in this file, stuff it into this, inflate it into this Java object. And you could guess that actually this is what activities are doing behind the scenes. When you say set content view in say where is it? Main activity. When you set content view to some XML, behind the scenes it's saying, oh, I need to go inflate that XML and then stuff it into the content view. It's just kind of a helper method to do that for you.
And what does inflate mean in this context?
It basically means take this XML markup and parse it and inflate it into beefier, like viewable views. Does that make sense?
To kind of just make it displayable.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. That, in fact, like the name of the class is Layout Inflator, and then you call inflate on it. So, and you hand it the thing you want to inflate. So now, if I go, and, oh, we're on a device now. I was like, where'd my emulator go? Now we actually got a crash. Which is you must call review. Oh, you can't do that actually. That's against the rules. The problem here is that when I inflate the view, I am specifying this container guy, and I don't need to do that. I believe that will fix it. Oop. There we go. So now I get random color screen with our icon guy. And if I scroll over, I get another random color with our same XML that got inflated. And I can keep doing this for a while. 6 times to be precise. And then go back and get another random colors. Right? So, the last thing that we didn't get to, and I wish we would have, is in the tab activity, this is sort of like the view pager just kind of holds all the fragments. But this action bar, which is actually the title bar up here, you can set a navigation mode on that to be tabs. I believe it sets navigation mode. I can probably just copy this really quick. It's in here. Yeah. And because of that, whoa. Ah, yeah. So this actually requires the SDK version to be at least 11, because fragments and the action bar did not exist before that time. So this is a good example that it at least tries to save your ass from shooting yourself in the foot, basically. I'm not going to go through this right now, but basically the action bar allows you to set a navigation mode to to tabs, and you can there's sort of like a Google prescribed way of here's what tabs look like. You can add tabs, and you can hook up those tabs to the different fragments of your view pager. In the same way that wow, look at his hair. He has so much hair.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
The best hair in the office.
Dude, Luke, the hair, man.
Yeah, you jealous?
Yeah, you look straight out of the 90s, though.
That's what I'm shooting for. Shoot the hammer pants, Trying to be like Uncle Jesse, or
there you go.
Or John Stamos.
John Stamos, yeah.
Big stick John Stamos.
Yeah.
How's it going here, guys?
We are wrapping up right now, actually.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really the very last thing that I think I wanted to get to that we don't quite have enough time for, but it will be in the example app that goes up on GitHub, which everybody, I don't know if we'll email it to you or what, but everybody should get a link to like a full sandbox app.
Yeah, so we'll be, is there anything else that you wanted to?
No.
Cool.
I'm good.
Yeah, so as Chris mentioned, we'll be sending out an email after the course. So we'll have a few different things in it. One is a survey, so let us know how we did. Is the room too hot? Do you prefer like diet Dr. Pepper because it tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper? What are things that we can do for like future courses to better help you guys learn this type of stuff? And in addition to that, we will have a link to that code. So you can put it up either on yours or we've got a GitHub account. We can put it all on there. So either way,
sure.
And then we've got a video recording of all this as well. So we'll be sending you a link to that so you can review this whole thing. And if you want to know anything more about RGB or fragments or what Chris said, at 2:15 p.m. today, you'll have access to that. So as Chris mentioned, that is it for today's course. We do have several other courses, so you guys all have cards there. AwesomeMakeU.com has our full listing of other courses. We have a new thing coming out starting in May called our membership program. So what that's kind of meant to do is if you want to continue working on something like this, like right now we just have an Android level 1 course because it's hard to pull away people like Chris and John because they're pretty busy. But if it's something that you want to keep working on your own, we're going to have a set of hours throughout the week where we're going to have a few TAs around who are able to kind of mentor you and help you through in the same way that as John's walking around, if you get stuck on that one little thing, he's been there to kind of help you get over that hump. That's the kind of the purpose of the membership program as well, so a little bit more self-guided. So we'll send out some more information about that as well. But do you all have any other final questions before we break? Cool. Well, let's thank our instructors today. They did an excellent job. And we hope to see you all again soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming. And like, it's honestly it's crazy, but a lot of people think there's lots of Android and mobile developers out there. There's not. There's actually like, I have the opposite problem of needing a job. It's like there's not enough of me to go around because there's just not enough Android developers or iOS developers.
We haven't got human cloning yet, so we can't.
Yeah.
Make more
So,
John, so
it's definitely a very valuable skill. Okay, so yeah, thanks for coming.
I had a question.
What's up?
If you could, so I think I managed to keep up with almost everything, but I have a problem with I think my view page here was switched, leading to everything else. So I'm probably missing a parenthesis or something.
You got all your stuff copied on your computer, so you've got that, and you're good to go. Did you get a chance to copy your files over?
Doesn't know what fragment page you're at.
We'll have the stuff up there though.
It's troublesome.
Yeah.
Let's see if is that what I call it?
Windows,
Technology.
Yeah, it'll all be up there in Windows. And,
Is that convertible? Anything convertible here?
Hey, question. In your libs folder of your project, does it list this? That's in there? You sure you didn't misspell this guy?
Yeah, cool. What's your name? I'm Luke. Nice to meet you. What are you doing now? Have you owned yet? Got an idea. Did you give the ID to the is that a little closer now? Yeah. One step at a time.
I call it major.
You guys are just going to do that, right?
Inside the yeah, we can write a blog writing out. Write a blog.
Luke would buy that app for you.
Whatever.
I would.
Yeah, the XML.
He just gets really distracted by things, and you can have yourself and focus on the process, and you can look up.
Hey, you want the black card?
Yeah, you call it
Next
major.
one.
So as long as it's fairly original.
Oh, there's an error.
I did not receive that. That text message, right?
I'm interested in learning. I bet that saves. I bet that
My plan,
my marketing aspect of that. So to make sense, I said,
You can't put it off for another 2 hours.
I'll find out.
I'm also a computer science major, so ultimately,
Yeah, is there anything else I can do?
Yeah, I didn't have my Eclipse, but I've gone through and like changed all those colors because a lot of them are not so easy to see, especially those on the side.
yeah.
Did you have anything else?
I don't think so. I think that's it.
Sweet.
Yeah, a lot of this was jumping in to swim.
Yeah.
For sure.
You're in, there's a.
For sure.
Let's see.
How big is that? Exactly.
Yeah, this just seems to be, to me, like one of those things I need to spend more time with because I'm attending college here. I'm not a programming major, but I like this and I want to like know more of it.
Yeah.
And I think I have the ability to understand some of this. I just need to spend more time actually doing some programming.
Oh, yeah,
trying to
definitely.
set different projects.
Honestly, the best way to learn is just go fail miserably.
And
Yeah.
you'll spend hours looking for parentheses, and it's not just because you're dumb. Everyone does that.
Yeah. But you'll learn from it. So yeah. A lot of the bugs I ran into today were like that everyone else ran into. I ran into like 10,000 times, and then I just a lot of times the solution to those was not so, I don't know, trivial. So yeah, it's just kind of like getting some miles on that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also really nice to see someone who can do this stuff very effectively and be like, okay, well, I see some of the potential solutions for some of these problems,
for sure.
so I'll know what to check to save me, hopefully a couple dozen hours.
Yeah.
Over